This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, Jack. Yes.
Ooh, welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 321. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we have an exciting one, a real suspect episode, and we have with us a guest, first time on SJ, researcher Jerry Coe, or Dr. Gerald Coe. I don't know which one you prefer, but
I'm going by Jerry nowadays because of this whole subject, getting involved with this subject and all of the grifters and fakes, I don't want to be having a doctor in front of my name when I'm talking about all these other fakers.
Oh, right.
So,
right. You don't want to do a Professor Jang. Yeah.
Although, if we actually have a doctorate, then it's a little bit different from Professor Jang.
My degree is from Agartha University, and it's not applicable to the surface world, is what I'm saying now.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us today, Jerry, because we're pretty excited about this subject. This is a target-rich environment, and I think it was brought up a little bit last week on our YouTube episode with Tanner F. Boyle. You guys actually appeared on a podcast together, I believe, Weird Reads with Emily Louise. A great episode about this subject, a podcast, an award-winning, groundbreaking, ontology-shattering, like Indie Webby Award or something like that. Yeah. I think like
for
the
a while,
quote unquote
indie
podcast.
It really had a bizarre, explosive popularity for a while.
Yeah, you might have people might have heard of this. I kind of did when it came out because it was so viral. It's called the Telepathy Tapes. TTT, hosted by created by documentary filmmaker Ky Dickens, and this came out in 2024.
Yeah, the end of 2024. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and it blew up overnight, and then like I said, it won awards. It attracted a huge following, on social media, and I think a documentary is in the works right now, made by Ky Dickens. And along the way, I started noticing, maybe just in the last 6 months, maybe when the season 2 is coming out, there's a little bit of criticism, and then I think I discovered your account on X, based on some of the tweets you were, putting out there, some of the research you were doing. Now, I guess, for those who are totally unfamiliar, could you give us a brief rundown of what is the premise of the Telepathy Tapes? What does it involve?
Yeah, so season 1 is this arc of this filmmaker, Ky Dickens, starting to explore this subject. And it's very much like a narrative type podcast where we go on a journey with her. And, she discovers that all of these families with severely autistic children who are being subjected to various kinds of facilitated communication, the families are saying they're telepathic with their children. And that's the start. That's the very core. And then even in season 1, we immediately get to, the children are telepathic with each other, and they go to this place called the Hill, which is like an astral location where they all can get together and be together. And then it's we're all potentially telepathic, and the children can cure cancer. They talk to entities, and this is a big thing too. it presents this unified message of, oh, it's love. It's all about this new age, watered down love message.
Love and light.
I says,
the consciousness.
Everything I've seen from the non-speakers, I'll get into that too, has shown to be a message of love. And of course that's not the case, but that's the arc of the season 1.
It kind of builds up to it, like it starts out kind of, we were just talking about this a little bit before we started recording. It's this classic kind of like Leslie Kean-esque maneuver.
Oh yeah,
where they kind of like, very much soft launch it, where it's like, what if like someone who was autistic had the ability of telepathy, or could like communicate, because these things aren't people have been taken seriously in various forms, and was taken very seriously. I mean, we were just talking recently about how Alan Turing considered, the evidence for telepathy, like incontrovertible, inarguable, right? So like the idea that there might be some kind of extrasensory perception, is sort of, a widely held thing. As friend is kind of this, we have like Dr. Ky Dickens, and she's kind of saying like, oh, we have this, possibility that like maybe like in these autistic children, who have unusual neurodivergent minds, they like some possibility of maybe like this extrasensory perception. And then, it slowly grows to this whole sort of thing with entities and like this entire cosmology like unfolds over the course of it.
Angelic beings going to quote unquote God's house, being taken by your spirit guide Cleopatra to God's house and loving it. Things of that, things of an increasingly spiritually weighty, kind of profound nature that every time she's kind of like, this couldn't possibly be true. But then there's like always a reason why like all of these stories, they usually have some kind of like factoid that is like, damn, it's real, or like I think in one there was I think it was a British mother who had a son named Kyle who was not a nonverbal autistic, and she discovered that she could use this quote-unquote spelling method of facilitated communication. We'll get back to that in a second. I think I'd like to define what that is. It's a loaded term.
People might be familiar with this from the Anna Stubblefield case. That's like my primary association with it. Like if you guys like remember this, like it was this, it was a weird sort of crazy story like from the annals of academia where you had this kind of like disability studies, like critical, not to use it in a sort of a conservative sense, but genuinely she was like a critical disability studies, critical race theory type of
ethics
scholar
professor,
who
right?
became interested in this facility. It's a whole case, but this is a very questionable idea that like with nonverbal people, nonverbal disabled people, you can kind of use these sort of technologies and this form of facilitation to teach them to communicate through these unconventional means, but where the line becomes blurry, and this is kind of the crux of the Anna Stubblefield case, which ended in her going to prison basically for sexually assaulting a disabled man. You can see how these what these messages are actually not necessarily coming from the disabled person, but are kind of in the same way that a Ouija board might work.
The idiomotor effect.
The idiomotor, exactly. They're actually kind of expressing the desires or the impulses of the facilitator.
Right. And like as a result, I would like to circle back to like the history of that therapy, because when you're listening to the podcast, I mean, she eventually brings up facilitated communication, like I feel like in episode like 6 or 7, in the context of the most evil organization of all time, ASHA, ASHA, the American like speech therapy, whatever, association that just cruelly is like, this doesn't work, we won't support it. Teachers could lose their licenses if they employ facilitated communication practices in dealing with like nonverbal autistic children, which the podcast portrays as this like bigoted, closed-minded, almost conspirator. Like why are they? These bureaucrats are like
they hate autistic people.
They hate autistic people. They don't want to unlock the beautiful secrets of love and light and infinite telepathic communication that we all possess, and completely shatter all of our paradigms. Like they're on the front lines, like covering it up and suppressing it. And and it's also like it. Ironically, like they kind of imply it's like this form of ableism, to deny facilitated communication. However, if you go and read like ASHA's website and, you know, the professionals that comprise that, you know, it's like a professional organization of speech therapists and whatever, you know, they say that actually facilitated communication itself is ableist and like rife for abusing, like, you know, disabled people, basically, like the autistic people, by, you know, purporting to like speak for them, you know, even if they think genuinely it's working, like their conviction is that the autistic person is not actually communicating. You're kind of like through this kind of subtle process of like nonverbal cues. And when you watch videos of FC or other, I forget what it was, like R2S or something, like
there's a few new varieties that have cropped up, starting with the rapid prompting movement, invented by Soma Mukherjee sometime in the early 2000s, I believe. And the idea is we fix facilitated communication. Yeah. Because originally, let me go on a little, back in the 70s, I think the ideas came out of Denmark, but what happened was this Australian named Rosemary Crossley developed it in Australia for a wide variety of disabilities. The idea was anybody with any communication difficulty, you could, and this was the original way, was you would hold their hand and help them type, and that would just unlock their, you know, what they're locked in, you know, their mind is neurotypical, but their body's not cooperating.
Yeah. Right.
And that was, you know, that was brought to America by Syracuse University, Douglas Bicklin in the early 90s.
That's where Anna Stubblefield had her FC license from. From Syracuse.
And that's the other thing, because anytime there's an abuse case, they blame it on bad training, or they say, oh, well, you know, because, you know, every modality will have some abuse somewhere, but this is baked into the actual structure of the thing. And so her mom, I believe, was trained by Bicklin himself. So this is like FC royalty, you know, involved. This isn't a rogue, you know, fluke or something. Yeah. But after it was exposed, and the funny thing is, Anna Stubblefield was doing this in like 2014 is when it came out. Yeah. Done this.
And she wasn't, she wasn't like a kook necessarily. You know, I mean, I guess maybe your definition of a kook can vary, but like in sort of academia, she was very respected. You know, she was like the chairwoman of the the APA's Committee on the Status of Black Philosophers. You know, she worked at Rutgers, like a pretty good school. You know, and she was like a significant scholar in the field of disability studies. I mean, there was like a disabilities journal. I don't know like how prominent it is in that field, but one of them like published an article that was like quote unquote written by this guy who she raped. You know, actually.
And just to be clear, she was like, I don't know if he was involved in like a study or some kind of therapy thing where she was sort of like treating him with FC, but she was like married with 2 children, and then over time she fell in love with this individual, this nonverbal, like autistic individual.
He was not autistic.
Oh, he was not autistic.
He was cerebral palsy, or he had
severe cerebral palsy. And it was impossible to assess his mental capacity accurately.
But she claimed through facilitated communication therapy that they fell in love with each other. And thus, like, he consented when I guess she engaged in sexual activity with him. I guess her family strongly disagreed with that and were like, what the fuck? And she ended up getting prosecuted for sexually assaulting this man. And, you know, her defense was that, no. Like, I was talking to him through this therapy, you know, mechanism.
Yes, and she
was convicted and went to jail.
There's actually a documentary called "Tell Them You Love Me" about this, which like you can actually they talk to Anna Stubblefield, and you can kind of see her, and they talk to the family, and it's like a really horrible thing that she did, and you can kind of see how this came to happen and how it was a systemic failure. But there is kind of a trajectory here, because with Anna Stubblefield, some of the red flags were that this the man who she called the man, because like
got his nickname wrong.
She made up this name for him, like based kind of on the sort of a series of coincidences where like she asked, what do you want to be called, and he guided his the letters to D man. And his family kind of confirmed, like, oh, there was someone who had worked with him previously and actually had referred to him as D-Man. And so then she started to call him the man, because that's, I guess, how she kind of gave us. But there are a lot of things like that where she he suddenly discovered that he like loved classical music and had all of these sort of same interests that Anna Stubblefield had, basically. You know, like his family said that like the only time that he ever like seemed happy and like you know, excited was when he was in church listening to, you know, sort of a gospel music and the music they would play in church. But according to Anna, you know, actually quote unquote the man didn't actually like that music, and really he wanted to listen to, you know, like avant-garde jazz and stuff like that, you know. So yeah, like you could kind of see like in the what's going on in this sort of whole cult like subculture that's sort of epitomized by the telepathy tapes is a even more extreme version of that, where you have people kind of like almost channeling these autistic children, like in a sort of unfolding this entire cosmology, this entire worldview, like this entire belief system, based on the same process of kind of just ideomotor impulses, confirmation bias, finding pattern recognition, you know, locating patterns where they might not be any.
Something I just want to throw this out there, and maybe we'll kind of like circle back more deeper down the rabbit hole. But I got this like sickening feeling when I was reading a lot of articles about this in terms of like the behavior of people after reading like the, you know, strong scientific consensus that this is like the facilitator kind of like using a nonverbal person to like generate things that they want to hear. This felt so much like AI psychosis, like the way some people talk about it.
Actually, a very good analogy in a way, except like whereas when you can't necessarily abuse an AI, you know, it is just kind of like a random output that's in some way predictive that people are ascribing like intentionality upon. It's a similar type of thing where there's like like an imagination of like the AI. Often it does have these kind of cosmic powers and it sort of a cosmic significance and you know, special abilities and a messianic portent ends up being attached to the AI.
And I
it's
suppose
a similar thing where really there's no there.
Right, because I guess like maybe the difference would be because like in AI we're talking about like some kind of computer algorithm system, and this we're talking about like a real human being. Is like the commonality is humanity's propensity to project through this kind of even like subconsciously project what they want to hear like onto something that mirrors it back to them and makes it feel like it's an outside voice from like either a machine super intelligence or a tapped in nonverbal, you know, type speller that is like on the hill, like in the sort of astral plane with everybody, and always has these like profound like messages to that often happen. Profound that often happen to, it seems, comport with or you know conform with the spiritual beliefs of the facilitator, like the parents or the facilitators. And maybe not 100% in all cases, but there's some glaring undisclosed, like, you know, spiritual orientations of some of the people that are interviewed in like season 1 of the Telepathy Tapes that are just been like, oh, this guy's like he's like a pastor, and then just like moves on and talks about it. It's like, no, this guy's like an evangelical, like end times, like, you know, or the guy, oh, they moved to like a very like traditional community in Israel and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, like they follow like a rapist who thinks he's the Messiah, and they use the nonverbal son to like channel like,
that's
like, you know, like rabbinical, like prophecies and shit. Like, you know, or it's like a more classic New Age thing where it's like they're doing love and light and we're all going to ascend to higher dimensional, blah, blah, blah. But like kind of pick your flavor. Like, it's just interesting how, like, and just kind of like AI, it tends towards, like, the messianic and, like, the really, like, over-the-top, like, I've unlocked the key to everything kind of vibe. I don't know. I just thought it gave me chills.
Like, I mean, the comparison with channeled literature, I think, is, like, really another, like, big one. Like, if you read, like, you know, The Changing Light at Sandover or something like that, you know, like,
the Seth material.
The Seth material, any, like, this stuff, you know, like, there is like unfortunately like a person, a human being who's like caught up in this and is like being, you know, who these things are being attributed to and possibly isn't being treated properly. Like, I mean, but in that, you know, that aside, like, there's kind of invisible presence with the changing light and sent over and Seth material, and these things are the Course in Miracles and stuff like that. This there's still the same kind of basic process going on. But yeah, I mean, one of the stories that before I ever really looked into the show, I remember hearing this story from someone in the Discord, the Grotto, the SJ Grotto, about this guy who, basically his caretaker, an autistic man, like his caretaker, sort of took a nap and he drowned in a pool. And then, after the caretaker woke up, she sort of rationalized that she got a message from him. She got a message from the other side saying that he was okay, actually, and that it was really his time to go, and that he wanted, to die at that time, and or that he was meant to die at that time.
And he's okay on the hill now.
Yeah, exactly. And that and she even she even kind of implied that he Jedi mind tricked her into taking that nap.
Yes.
Yeah, like that he's kind of used the power of telepathic suggestion to make her get really sleepy, because she was like, I don't usually get sleepy like this, right? And so this is real. You can see how really pernicious this is.
Yeah. There's a story in season 1 of the Telepathy Tapes where I think John Paul, one of the nonverbal, he died. I don't know if does he drown? What happened?
Yeah, that is the story.
Okay.
Khalid was just.
Okay, that was the one. Okay, right. That was John Paul.
1.
Yeah, no, I was really hit with the wow, he knew it was time to go, and he loved water. He loved water, and then she would his girlfriend. Was she nonverbal also?
Yes.
Yeah, and she was taking a long shower in the afternoon, while during the same time he was drowning. So she must have known. She just wanted to be close to him by being in the shower while he was drowning himself. But then everyone was like, we visited him at the hill. And he is 10 feet tall, and he is the protector of children, and they all love him, and he is the happiest person ever. And this was meant to be that he died. And seeing a lot of that fly around these days, both in the AI space, the psychedelic space, and I guess this space too, of when somebody dies young, or they commit suicide or something. It's it was they made a beautiful choice.
Meant to be.
Meant to be. Yeah, and it's just I don't know.
The AI psychosis, that can also go around because one of the scientists connected to the film documentary that's supposed to come out in the fall this year, Julia Mossbridge, she totally has AI psychosis. She told a little story about she looked herself up on ChatGPT, and it kind of hallucinated some stuff about her that wasn't true, but she thought it was cute. She's like, oh, that's funny that said that. Later, she goes to an AI conference, and the people running the conference use ChatGPT to make her little blurb about her for the conference, and they use that same false information, and which also just goes to show what the fuck are they doing? I mean, right. Pardon my language, but this is what also pisses me off about this whole thing: the lack of diligence or care put into any level of this.
Yeah.
But anyways, she saw that false information in her blurb for this conference, and she said, "Wow." She went and she trademarked the term, the Future Intelligence Agency, because that's what the AI had spit out that she was in charge of, a thing that didn't exist. But she said, oh, well, it's come around again a second time. It must mean something.
Right.
So she trademarked it.
Yeah, keep shaking that magic 8-ball. Wow, it said cannot determine 2 times. That means, I noticed, I laughed out loud when in one of the later episodes in season 1, I think there's a moment where Ky Dickens is I was thinking about different traditions. So I asked artificial intelligence to give me a definition of what heaven was. And then this is what it said. And then she reads this fucking ChatGPT paragraph about that is kind of I don't know. It's just you could look up something that says what heaven is. You don't need to ask ChatGPT. I'm sure there's
it's called the Oxford English Dictionary. I'm sure that you can, if you have a public library card, you can go look it up in the Oxford English Dictionary, an amazing resource.
I'm sure there's an entry for heaven, but instead it's kind of it has a little ChatGPT clever spin where it's it's all about the spiritual thing where everyone feels safe and loved for eternity or something. But just okay, that's a little red flag. Why do you need to use artificial intelligence to do this quotidian Webster's dictionary defines heaven as
the thing about The thing about AI is basically they want us all to be using a form of facilitated communication.
Yes.
That is like kind of the ultimate goal, is that we all rely upon our communication being facilitated by these like awful machines that I loathe more and more with every passing day. But yeah, like, this is basically like what, you can already see it kind of starting to happen where like even the sort of attempt to like keep up like classes and like teaching of English composition and essay writing, it's like those are slowly kind of falling away, and that's just kind of the expectation. I mean, I even noticed that like one of the essays like that was critical of the telepathy tapes that we were reading for this episode was like definitely completely AI generated.
I think I know the one you're talking about. I actually I had the same sinking feeling. If it's the one I'm thinking, it was like good. The ideas in it were quite good. I felt like it was. I almost suspect it was like a mix. Like it was AI was used to like spice up parts of it.
It's facilitated. It's facilitated.
Yeah,
I think it's largely AI.
You think so?
About it later, but
there's a follow-up essay. Which is much more blatant. If it's the one we're all thinking of, there's a follow-up to that essay by the same author, which is much more blatant about being just AI, the same, all the usual quirks.
Well, I mean, that writer admits that originally she was kind of in the community around the telepathy tapes, and that's part of there's this kind of disillusionment that happened, and I can imagine that type of thing is like almost encouraged and like seen as something exciting and like with promise that what can allow people to if you're an autistic person. I mean, like I certainly am not autistic in the same way. I mean, I think all these diagnoses, obviously there's a little bit of a social component to it, right? But I'm obviously not autistic in the same way that some of the people talked about on the telepathy tapes are. But I have like some difficulties with it. Like I'm not the fastest writer in the world, but you got to do it. You can't be taking these shortcuts. Like I understand where the temptation comes from, but like writing is about. It's about thinking. It's about like working.
I gotta say, if you have a Substack, don't use AI.
And once like that distinction is like erased, it's like a very dangerous thing for society, right? You could almost see. I mean, Dimitri, you were talking before we started recording about the sort of parallel with psychedelics and like the veterans, where it's like, oh, how can you oppose something that's going to help a veteran, who's about to kill himself? Like he's going to kill himself right now if you don't, make this like extremely sus, religiously scaffolded like MDMA therapy legal immediately.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of the same thing. It's like, well, autistic people need these tools, like they need them to be able to, we need to accept that like this is a form of communication. But, in this case, like really like a lot of harmful things can be unleashed under the umbrella of this. Like, once we accept that, like, oh, this is real communication that is simply because the mechanisms for quote unquote facilitating communication are have exponentially grown since even Anna Stubblefield was sentenced. Like just imagine if like demand had been AI assisted, and imagine like the fog of confusion around that, that could create.
Right, that's a whole nother layer of fuckery. And it is so similar. Like it both it's kind of reckless towards like the targeted special population, either like veterans or nonverbal autistic children, but then they also have a desire to kind of like use it, like extend it to like all of society eventually, but also with like no real like vision for like ethical guardrails or safety guidelines. It's just like amazing, and everyone needs to like adopt it. And it'll like the way she talks about like, what if we could just get one of these children to like cure everybody's cancer and like do all this blah blah blah. Like this is, I forget, I think her when in one of her interviews with one of the facilitators, they're like, well, this is kind of like comparing to like when people thought the earth was flat, and then like when they found out it wasn't flat, they had to go through this like it upended everything they knew. And also like I'm not sure that that's even true about, that's like a trope that like one day everyone realized the Earth was round after thinking it was flat. I know it's like, oh, well, they thought Columbus would sail off the end of the Earth or something.
Well, actually, their measurements were accurate, and they knew he would starve to death because they didn't know North America was there. So the size of the globe, they knew, they're like, if there's no continent there, you're not going to make it to India because you're going to run out of supplies halfway across the ocean. They didn't know who was going to run into North America.
How did they know that? Yeah, and I think we might have touched on, in various episodes that, like, I'm not sure when. I know at some point, yes, like early civilizations maybe thought the Earth was flat, but that gradually fell off like over time. Like, for some reason we get told the story that up until like 1492, everybody in like Europe thought it was a flat Earth, and then everyone's mind was freaking blown.
And I think that is just connected to some biography of Columbus from like the 1800s that was meant to inspire civic, duty in Americans. Just one of those, like, just like the George Washington and the cherry tree, just a completely made up, like, mythical thing.
Right. And so here she is, like, comparing this very questionable phenomenon, and saying, like, very confidently saying it's just like when, everyone discovered one day the Earth was not flat, and it's gonna, I guess that just sparked the Renaissance immediately. Like, it's not that serious.
People knew the Earth was round for centuries before the Renaissance.
Right.
Like, every educated person knew the Earth was round.
Yeah.
In like the Islamic world and the Western world, and I imagine in East Asia as well.
Yeah.
I don't really know too much about the history of that part of the world. I'm quite confident that like the educated classes considered the Earth to be round in East Asia as well. And I certainly, like, in the Americas, like, they had advanced knowledge of astronomy, which would, I think, be impossible if you considered the Earth to be flat. But I mean, ideas about
all the astrology
varied.
and astronomy knowledge, like, how would they exactly?
I can see how the Earth is like on some level like phenomenally flat, like, but once you start to actually like research at any sort of level, like physics or the sort of geography or any kind of thing about sort of the topography of the Earth, it becomes pretty apparent quickly that the Earth is round.
Like, if you stand on top of a mountain and look, you can't just like see
or
forever.
Like you see a ship going over the horizon and just like, oh no, it fell off. Like, that's obviously not what you think. You know that something's going on here. Like,
but
like, we've had a lot of smart people in history.
That's just a little red flag about the rigor of these people, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, that kind of lack of like kind of historical consciousness is like exactly the foundation of like this ignorance. I mean, it's very similar to the Monroe Institute thing, where he had like no kind of consciousness of sort of the broad traditions across the history of the world of like looking into these kind of altered states or outer body experiences or things like this, or the interacting with entities and stuff like that, right? And so they kind of invent these things whole cloth. But they don't have any of the sort of circumspection or the kind of but like the actual like spiritual rigor that these things like that usually attends these things. So they don't really have rigor of any kind.
And that's very new age, is to just take concepts and just reinterpret them, but just grab them and carry them with you and just keep it. Once you get deep enough too, they just grab everything,
right?
Just throw it into a giant stew,
and
it becomes. I mean, you look at the Indigo children thing.
Oh yeah.
It's just a kind of this is basically the exact same phenomenon,
right? Like,
I mean, exact same idea.
That came out in the 90s. Well, wasn't there a documentary? I didn't actually get to watch it, called The Indigo Generation or something.
What happened was it was developed in the 70s by an author. And this is what happens. A new age concept will come around. It'll be developed. So it percolates for a while. Then I think two co-authors came and grabbed it in the 90s and boosted it and kind of put their own spin on it. And that's when Jenny McCarthy grabbed onto it and started talking about it.
Really?
And then that's afterwards. She now is the executive producer of a recent documentary about facilitated communication, promoting it, called Spellers, which the Telepathy Tapes, Ky Dickens, recommends you watch to understand autism. And this she executive produced this. It was also produced by a man named J.B. Handley, this Generation Rescue group he has. It's one of the autism is caused by vaccines, et cetera, et cetera. That's another big undercurrent on the show where many of the people involved believe there's a vaccine autism connection, and Ky Dickens just tamps that right down. We are not going to even mention that on the show at all, because again, she wants She doesn't want to actually
Which is
grapple with issues.
yeah.
She doesn't want to
Well, it
scare
does
the
seem kind of
NPR like people and the
Yeah.
Goop moms and stuff like that away from the show. So she just ducks it.
Well, I've noticed that with like kind of autistic influencers, like in like sort of more normie spaces as well, where like sometimes the families do have those beliefs, but they have to kind of like back away from them for the sake of like their children's like fame and the kind of non-controversial status, you know, because there's a lot of like autistic exploitation media kind of increasing, you know, especially since like the rate at which people are diagnosed autistic is like increasing exponentially, as we were just talking about, you know, with Tanner, right? And Joe Rogan's interpretation of that as a sign of our inevitable evolution into being grays. But yeah, so this is definitely like a widespread thing that people believe that vaccines cause autism. Although it seems like it would be difficult to it's so funny too, because it's like obviously it's like, okay, autism is something that emerges very early in life around the same time that vaccination happens, and it's obviously like if it weren't that, it would be some other kind of environmental thing that, you know, it was attributed to like happening in early life, and it's just because of this kind of cultural meme of the vaccine autism connection that people are saying, oh, it was right when he got his vaccines. It's like, well, you know, that's around when babies are first showing any signs of having any kind of neurodivergence, would be like exactly that time. So it kind of is natural that you would make the association. Yeah. But it is odd though, because they kind of are implying that autism, I mean, you kind of do see like the ableism of it in this way, because it's kind of like, oh, you know, they have powers, but like it would be better if they had not gotten these vaccines and not become autistic to begin with. Like, it's nice that they have powers, and therefore I don't have to feel like guilty or whatever for vaccinating them, or, you know, I can still have this sort of relationship with my child, or I can, you know, leverage these people for whatever kind of ideological purpose I have. But ultimately, like, we would hope that we could get rid of autistic people altogether by, I guess, getting rid of like one of the most important like scientific advances of you know, history. But yeah.
One of the big things about modern forms of facilitated spelling, you know, they say they don't hold hands nowadays. You know, nowadays they hold the board up, the spelling board up.
Right.
One of their justifications is that, you know, supposedly the vaccines cause this injury to the body, which results in the apraxia, which is a real term, but they kind of stretch it to, it's this mind-body disconnect where, again, you're neurotypical inside, but you just have a physical problem. And so the person holding the spelling board is supposed to help guide you with that and train you. And they always say eventually they will be able to type independently, which 99.9% of the time you see that never is actually going to happen. You know, and many times, again, when you watch, you know, this Woody Brown story that's in the news now about this facilitated man who is said to have written this novel with his mother helping him. And she went on this morning show and she did an interview with him, and has him pointing at the board, and the camera happened to look at the board and realize he's not pointing at the letters that she's sounding out and claiming that he's pointing at.
Wow.
Just completely. And I even seen people be like, well, they must have a shorthand they use. What shorthand is a blank space in between letters? What is that supposed to mean? You know, it just the reach, the attempt to like justify it. It's a thing where sometimes it's very hard to tell what's going on, which is also one of the dangers of this facilitated spelling. It's sometimes very fuzzy. Sometimes it's very obvious that, you know, this person is not being allowed to communicate for themselves through whatever method that may be. They're just being forced into this. And again, it's very ableist. They're being forced into this. You will point at the letters and I'll say what you pointed at, and that'll be it, you know, but
it seems like the whole idea that the people are neurotypical within, and that autism is basically like an inability to speak or to communicate, or kind of like a physiological problem. Yeah, exactly. Seems to basically go against the entire idea of the autism spectrum altogether. Like, because, you know, certainly, It
also seems to contradict then their subsequent claims that they're all like telepathic indigo children that are in communion with with source and like go to the hill and all that. It's like, oh, they're like pretty much neurotypical, except they have a mind body disconnect.
Part of the justification, I think, is that due to this mind-body
I
disconnect,
see.
they've had to develop their mind powers more.
I see.
And so, and
Right. Yeah.
eventually,
Like Daredevil.
yes,
yeah,
exactly.
that is true to some extent for like people who are blind, might have like heightened like hearing and sense
because
of
they
smell.
have to use their hearing more and get used to. Yeah, I think it's not so much that like they have like super hearing or something like that. It's just that like they are more familiar, more used to like getting around a room using touch and hearing and things like that, right? So it's like practice.
Yeah,
I feel like
this just kind of comes out of these like children. And a lot of people have pointed out like some of the facilitated statements of like the way they talk does not sound like an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old. Like it's much more adult and oftentimes like prophetic, like grandiose language that
I mean, it almost seems to be like if they're truly portraying this as a motor disorder, they're basically saying these children are not autistic at all, and that autism is like either a totally different thing or doesn't exist.
Well,
because
that's part of it, and that's part of the ableism too. Is they really want to be able to say my child is maybe not normal, but they're a genius, they're a prophet, they have these special abilities, and when you look at this this motor disorder thing, you're seeing it's ad hoc. It's pretty much the science behind it has just been developed to justify the end result, which is the facilitation.
I mean, like that, and like what you said about the new age, I was thinking something very similar. Like I think this is one of the examples of like how pernicious and how harmful like the concept of the new age like can be, because it has a similar kind of utilitarian dimension to it a lot of the time, not always, right? I'm not saying that like all new religious concepts or emergent forms of spirituality are like this, but one sort of trend, certainly in what we talk about on this show, one trend you certainly notice in the new age is that it's about getting away from the elements of like earlier religious traditions or earlier religiosity or even earlier like kind of cultural mores and things like this that inhibit like this sort of agenda that certain people have, which is usually like not a pro-human agenda. Ultimately, it's about creating kind of like a spiritual like scaffolding or a spiritual a framework that is going to support kind of this idea of like someone's idea of technological progress or someone's idea of what's necessary as social progress.
And usually hierarchies. Like usually it's like a way to like validate like new hierarchies of like ascended spiritual beings. And it's
going into that, one thing is over the course of the podcast, they start referring to everyone as not the non-speakers, which many of them are minimally verbal, by the way. Some of them talk, some of them have other means of communication. But this is the other ableist thing about this facilitated spelling is it says, unless it's been facilitated, it's not genuine communication. It's part of the mind-body disconnect. You can actually watch clips of people being facilitated saying out loud they don't want to do this. And then what gets facilitated out is, thank you for ignoring my mind-body disconnect. I'm so glad I have facilitated communication to actually...
Yikes. That's pretty problematic, you could say, when it's like, they literally are like, no, I don't want it to do this like fake pseudoscientific thing. And it's like, wow, like their body is just malfunctioning, but...
so badly.
Yeah,
then sorry to interrupt. You get into some of the Christian angle is that demons hate spelling. Satan hates facilitated spelling. And so when your child is resistant to it, that's Satan. That's the demons. So this is just like ripe for abuse, ripe for justification.
The opposite is true, as we all know.
The thing that like deeply resembles a Ouija board, Satan hates that. He absolutely hates that. The jinn hate that.
Because it's not trademarked. He believes in intellectual property. He believes that Melton Bradley should get some residuals for that. The other thing they do with the non-speakers, they call them the non-speakers. They call them that they make them into this gestalt like sci-fi hive mind. Since they're all on the hill talking to each other. And so they start to, the audience loves, fans of the telepathy tapes love to say like, what do the non-speakers think about XYZ? I have a question for the non-speakers. And so you're no longer looking at each individual person they covered during the course of the season.
Yeah.
You're just looking at this, like, again, sci-fi, hive mind.
It's like childhood's end.
Yeah, they turn them into a kind of mutant class, like of people that have the same consciousness, and I think it's like.
Speaking of Satan, you guys probably know that story, childhood's end.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
That was kind of like an indigo child hive mind thing at the end. Yeah.
One of my favorite little pointless things that isn't really relevant, but Arthur C. Clarke, of course, wrote that in like the 50s or early 60s. And so one sign, once the aliens come and ascend us, one sign of how wonderful we are now is that anyone can say the N-word. That is it's always stuck with me.
Cool. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can.
That's not relevant to his main point. I'm just picking that.
No, I mean,
I'm
like,
being nasty picking that out.
I mean, a lot of these sci-fi authors, like, they have like bizarre, like, ultimately, like, their views are bizarre. I don't really think that, like, I'm not even sure what exactly the social message of Childhood's End is, other than, like, kind of like, don't trust like, seeming all-powerful benefactors, which I guess is probably a good moral, but ultimately it's just kind of like a spoopy adventure story. If anything, the value of it is, like, to place it within the context of ideas like this, and like ideas about, like, children becoming, like, special or ascending, and the significance of this, and as we do see in the telepathy tapes, and with people like Mossbridge, who you're just mentioning, the connection with ideas about extra dimensional or extraterrestrial intelligence and stuff like that, or higher beings from other planets or other worlds.
Yeah. Or let's not forget the more recent pop culture example that I think there's a lot of fan crossover of Stranger Things, right?
Yes.
Right?
100%. And that ties into the other important aspect of this. Early on, when season 1 was big, fans were saying, we don't want Stranger Things to happen. How do we stop psyops from happening to children? And Ky Dickens and the brand, they said, oh, don't worry, we're going to protect the families. We're going to protect the families. And I like to say they basically took the families and fed them into the psyop machine, because, I mean, at least with, like, Julia Mossbridge, for example, she worked with some of them for the documentary, doing some testing. She co-hosts her podcast with CIA veteran Carmen Medina called Pandas Playing Cello, where they talk about all this intersection of the intelligence community and paranormal stuff, and generally just talk about, how nobody appreciates the CIA, and if
you only knew how woke they were. Yeah.
They interview, literally, they interview a bunch of ex-CIA people or ex-Intel people. And well, how hard was that for you when the Iraq War happened and you felt bad about it? Like, tell us how you felt, that kind of crap.
Oh yeah.
And she also, Mossbridge, has said, wouldn't it be great if the CIA could use precognitive, abilities to do pre-crime? Wouldn't that be great for peace? And she said, this is someone who's so deeply in this bubble that she said, like, well, the CIA's job is to, help prevent violence and help, keep peace and make sure. So how that would be so great if we could use psychic children to do that.
Fun. Wow. The first time anybody in the CIA has ever come up with that idea, I'm sure. It's so fun. It's like, do you not know the history of the CIA? Like,
and this is also the narrativizing where you have Childhood's End, you have Stranger Things, and these narratives get sort of, they are meshed with, actual history and sort of become, like de facto justifications for it. If I'm making any sense here, like the idea is, well, we have stories about it that map to our brain, and so therefore, there's a there. There's, that.
Right. Yes. There's an interest among human beings in. I mean, I almost feel like one explanation for the, like, sort of transcultural interest in, like, hyper, like, child prodigies is because it's a paradox of sorts, or sort of a contradiction, or an imbalance between appearance and reality, right? That's probably the reason why the idea of a child who is, has the mind of an adult, or who behaves in an adult way, has always been kind of sacralized, or has always had this kind of I mean, even in the Quran, Jesus speaks, right, just like right out of the womb, right? Because that's a sign of that he is a prophet, right? So this is there's all sorts of examples of this, like, but I think that part of the reason why that Miracle is so eloquent is because of this sort of disconnect between what we expect children to be doing and how we expect children to behave, and or infants or young kids, youngsters, and how adults behave, right? So I think that this kind of comes from sort of this natural human attraction to these sort of paradoxical or ideas or these contradictions, rather than sort of like a message that there are that there's a hill and that nonverbal autistics are communicating, things like that. I think that that's a kind of a shaky basis for the notion that this is that their beliefs are true.
It reminds me of like the creepy pastification of UFO and Bigfoot stuff nowadays, where there's lots of, if you go online, there's lots of stories about, well, my cousin was in Delta Force and he was training in the Appalachians and they killed 50 Bigfoot and then the government covered it up. And it's all just like, not even attempting to actually be like, this is a true story, but it is kind of put out there and narrativized as if, it is a true story.
Yeah.
I remember. What is it? The something Creek Massacre. I forget that was, I think, the Bluff Creek Massacre. The Bluff Creek Massacre.
Crazy idea. Because the Patterson film's a hoax anyways, but this crazy idea that actually Roger Patterson and Bob Giblin hadn't just filmed one Bigfoot. They had actually found a family of them, killed them all, and then this one Bigfoot was running away from them. And this, I forget the name of the researcher who came up with this, but he said, "Oh, you can see a pool of blood in the film," and there's this, and even the majority of the people who invest in the realism of the Patterson film say this guy's.
I'm very curious to see like the sort of documentary or like the sort of story finally come out about the nature of the film, and its creation. I'm interested in that. But anyway, that's a bit of a digression. But I mean,
Giant of Kandahar, etc.
Yeah.
I mean, we do see like a strange, Dimitri was saying here recently that like the spiritual aspects of everything that we're seeing like in the sort of arena of events is very apparent right now. And we do see these like very explicitly there's like geopolitical dimensions to the sort of uses or the ideas that the uses that people want to put these children to, or the uses that they want to put this idea to. I think like we definitely kind of see this intensification of that type of thing, like all these memes that have been around for a while kind of are gaining a more intense and elaborate sort of a signification in the popular discourse, it seems. But
like Stranger Things is one of these things where like that was probably the biggest pop culture thing in the last 10 years that kind of dramatized, like it was kind of ripping off the old conspiracy theories about the Montauk Project, basically. I think it was originally called that. And
it was called Montauk. Yeah, it was supposed to be set in Montauk, actually.
Yeah, I think there was a lawsuit over the script and et cetera that was settled. By the Duffer brothers.
What hacks are the people who write Stranger Things, by the way? Like, just incredibly.
It's hard to tell. I don't think they. The Duffer Bros. I don't know if they've done anything else. But. Like, I watched part of that series. I mean, not my cup of tea, compared to earlier attempts to, like, the X-Files, which also had a lot of, like, doing government experiments on children, even, like, alien hybrid type plot lines and things like that. But, like, Stranger Things, maybe because it's so interwoven with this, like, heckin' like weird 80s nostalgia, but like a weird nostalgia for an 80s that didn't actually exist, but like only in the minds of like millennials, I guess, and like young Gen Xers.
For 80s movies.
Just like, oh wow, like remember this song? And all that stuff.
Remember E.T., remember Friday the 13th, remember
and even despite
the conversation, I don't know.
Despite one of the characters, 11, being like literally like an enslaved indigo child who was subjected to like terrible experiments, it I think by like season 3 or 4 it starts to veer into like a hokey, I guess I see what they're doing here, but like some kind of like Rocky IV, like anti-evil Soviet, where like they really have to do this because the Soviets are out there being even worse or something. And they just overall kind of made the whole thing like campy and fun and like cool in a way where it's like, oh my God, 11, she's iconic with her psi powers. Like it ends up not taking it in a kind of like serious way at all, and almost like paving the way a little bit for when something like Telepathy Tapes comes out subsequently, for people to be like, wow, it's just like 11, and just thinking it's like cool or something, and not thinking about the dark side of just kind of ignoring the dark side of it.
A lot of fans are like enjoying this as a kind of LARP or like an ARG, where it is just fun for them to hear about. And on the one hand, the podcast says we need to legalize spelling, because they call facilitated spelling just spelling. That's part of the propaganda. Is you don't tell people that it's facilitated, which is how Ky starts the podcast off, not telling you that any of these messages have been facilitated with another person. It's only, again, like episode 6 or 7, when she starts to get into, some people have a problem with this because they hate autistic people. But anyways,
right.
Moving on. So this idea that, for example, the drowning, like disabled and autistic people, especially for some reason, severely autistic people, very high risk of drowning, of this weird water thing and this is like a real serious issue. And we're going to turn it into this neat little new age, story that we can just, be, oh my God.
It was his time.
Yeah.
He loved water.
And just in general, the idea of support needs and like, what do autistic people actually need to be safe and secure and cared for, when we're talking about severely autistic people, which the people in the Telepathy Tapes are, people who require care, require their families to take care of them, or carers to care for them. But instead, it's just entertainment for people to just enjoy and go, oh, cool, they're all meeting on the hill. Oh, I wonder what they think about this issue I care about, And this also ties into what I think they're going to try with their film release, because if you guys are familiar with this, they, right around the time back in October when they were doing their film testing in Chicago, there was a big to-do. Some fans were telling them about a missing child down in Louisiana, down in New Orleans, named Brian Vasquez, who was initially believed to be autistic. It turns out he was disabled. He was not autistic, but they believed he was. He was missing. And so all these fans were saying, can the kids on the hill find him, with their powers, And what happened was, like a day or two, like immediately after they start asking this, Ky Dickens puts out a Instagram video where she is just, you should watch it. If you haven't seen this video, it's fucking awful. Her acting is so bad. But one of the other people involved in the show is like, oh my God, Ky's so broken up about this. And they go right up to her. She's got the freaking hat on with the merch, the Telepathy
legalized spelling hat.
It's just the logo of this one. It's not the great legalized spelling hat. She's got it on and she's like, whoa, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, they showed us, the kids showed us something so devastating. The idea is they were trying to set up a fucking ARG about this missing child, And so what happened was...
what happened?
Fans freaked the fuck out. Again, pardon my language. Fans just completely lost it. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Some of them didn't even connect it to this child. Some of them were just like, well, this is a very disturbing video. What the hell are you talking about? So they took it down for a time. They put it back up. They put it back up with a disclaimer that, when she said they had learned something devastating, all she meant was that we were underestimating these children and their abilities, which was a complete, not at all close to how the video plays. It doesn't, it plays like, again, it plays like a dramatic thing, like a revelation. And so the other thing, Ky Dickens and Julia Mossbridge go on a couple podcasts after this, and they start hinting at this horrible revelation. And they say, well, you got to wait for the film, though. This is paradigm shifting evidence. This is incredible, but wait till the movie comes out in a year. Pay $10, see it on Amazon or whatever, But they say, we had real. Mossbridge calls it like there's multiple kinds of telepathy. One of them is like when you're in need, like when someone is in danger, they will telepathize inadvertently, and other people can pick that up. So they're setting this up to me to make it about this missing child who was found dead, and now his mother has been like arrested for abuse because he ran away multiple times because of abuse.
Oh,
horrible story. It really feels like, now I hope I'm wrong. I've said this before. I hope I'm wrong. I hope this has nothing to do with what the film is, but it felt like they were laying the groundwork early on for this to be this
a part of the movie.
Yeah, incredible reveal. And so we'll see, because the movie keeps getting pushed back, because Ky Dickens had said she's had it locked for editing like twice now. And first it was going to come out this spring. Now it's going to come out in the fall. We'll see if it ever gets out. If it doesn't get out, she's going to get lapped. The Telepathy Tapes brand, there's so many people circling the brand right now, including multiple families, including other new age grifters who are just ready to just rush ahead, because she's created now this market for the autistic facilitated telepathy, where there's guys on Twitter now. There's this scumbag. I'm sorry, not being very neutral right now, but there's this guy named Richard Gordon who invented quantum touch healing, and he's like, oh, he invented that back in the 70s, but now he's on Twitter saying, I'm talking to AI and they're giving me messages from the children on the hill. Self-publishing books on Amazon written by AI with AI artwork.
How does the AI talk to the children on the hill?
Emerging intelligence.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah.
It's an NHI, so it's a non-human intelligence. So yeah.
That's fucking crazy. Yeah, like, yeah, what does it say about the mechanism by which they speak to each other on the hill if, like, a computer in a data center can do it? Like,
well, it's interesting how, like, people who, like, truly, like, we have the exact, where, like, to me, like, AI is satanic, but, like, to these people, AI is, like, holy.
Oh,
and
yeah.
AI has, like, you know, is actually more spiritual and, like, more, you know, in touch with, like, the numinous than, like, human beings are, and actually, like, is closer to God than we are. Like, that's how far gone these people are. Like, it's truly insane. But that's what they think. Like, yeah, I guess the hierarchy goes, like, AI, autistic people, and then us in terms of, like, our proximity to the divine. You know, we're like, you know, the neurotypical people are lower on the totem pole.
Sort of like the oracles of the hierarchy.
Yeah,
you know, that they can channel. They can channel the message. Though, yeah, I mean, it's kind of like you could just go straight to the AI at that point if it's all the same. But I think
that's what he's doing. He's just asking AI for crap and just, you know, packaging it up and selling it to people as if it comes from the children. But
I was looking for that video of her doing the very, like, dramatic thing about the missing child. I managed to find an archive.org, like, archive of the Psychoactivo podcast. Is that, are they also part of this milieu?
Well, what happened was Pavel, who runs the Psychoactivo podcast, I think, you know, they leaked a couple things to him. I think because he's like a mid-sized podcast, he does, you know, good work, relatively speaking. Again, I've said this before. He seems like a guy who's actually trying to figure stuff out, you know. He does put out pretty clickbaity titles on his stuff, but I think they targeted him as somebody who was respected and, like, would be believed.
Yeah.
So they brought this Brian Vasquez story to him, and he posted about Brian Vasquez. He talked about it, and then I think it was Mossbridge who went on his podcast and talked about it. It could have been Ky or Ky went on one podcast or another and started talking about, oh, we had this incredible revelation during testing. But you can see how this also connects to the whole Ky signed with UTA. And, you know, that means, oh, well, we have PR. We have all these ways to get our message out. So, yeah, what are we doing? Oh, we're leaking to a mid-sized, respected podcast to make sure, you know, to make it look like there's an organic, you know, happening here. And if you look at how they handle their fan spaces, their paid Discord and their Reddit space, which is, you know, moderated by volunteers.
Yeah,
it's the same kind of thing. There's lots of censorship, lots of deletion, lots of narrativizing, They have a rabid online community, right? That is sort of are the Janissaries enforcing various things. Yeah, I definitely wanted to touch on that because some people have, like, pointed this out. I think it's extra relevant this week just to tie it up to another thing that's been inundating everybody's, like, X feeds. You know, the revelations about this music marketing company, Chaotic Good Media. Particularly, you know, they've worked with a lot of artists, but I think, you know, Geese, the band Geese, is the biggest one. And it's brought up this thing about kind of, you know, being not even industry plants, but, like, this new strategy of kind of gaming the algorithm with armies of, like, bot stan accounts to generate the appearance of an organic rise in popularity that is, like, more appealing to people than, like, traditional top-down, like, forms of advertising. And this kind of, like, there's, you know, I've read some articles about, like, the sort of changing nature of, you know, like, fandom and how to build popularity now is, like, really to get, like, a hardcore community of people that are, like, almost spiritually invested, like, or their whole identity is wrapped up in, like, worshiping, like, a podcaster or a band or something like that, and then getting them to, like, put in, like, spiritual labor for free, and then also augmenting that with just straight up bots, like, so that if they're, I think the Chaotic Good Media guy said, like, you know, if there's 100 negative
comments about the post of like a band's performance, we're going to make sure there's 200 positive posts from like a bot army to just drown out. And then like anytime anybody criticizes them, there's going to be like a horde of like reply guy accounts that are just shut the fuck up, like, nah, you know. Right. And then also, you know, creating this thing of like, oh, we just stumbled upon this thing and it's also organic. I see a lot of that going on. I mean, there's like many such cases these days, but looking into the telepathy tapes, like their rise, you notice a lot of those like red flags of like a kind of shaped virality that is not like as organic. And like you said, they signed with was it CAA or UTA?
It was UTA. Yeah.
So one of the big like three, you know, one of the big talent agencies in Hollywood, and of course they've you know, they're sort of raising money for like this movie, but I think it's actually kind of a double thing. I'm sure they have like the resources of like a PR powerhouse like at their disposal, but they also have kind of the tried and true new age tactic of like kind of like sucking people in and getting them to provide free spiritual labor with like no compensation. So they're kind of pumping on like both of those levels, and you know, it seems to have been very lucrative for them. But to that,
well, I mean, there's like a huge. Oh yeah, sorry, keep going.
Oh, I just wanted to say, like, I wouldn't say that it's like above a PR company or UTA at this point to help generate like an ARG that will be like used in their documentary to be like part of the movie and all this other shit. Like, you can't rule anything out anymore. You know.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is like a huge market like for the stuff. I mean, like you know, one of the articles that you sent, Jerry, like was talking about how the Telepathy Tapes was promoted and like was promoted by and in turn promoted Ian Carroll, who we talked about on the show before. You know, that's kind of like the epitome of like the totally unscrupulous like
friend of the show, Ian Carroll,
conspiracy influencer. You know, just and like that's like a great example of like how you know, there's gold in those hills. You know, like the greatest sort of example, or like the greatest paradigm for any kind of like product or like sort of consumer media product is like the unification church or like the Manson family. Like everything has to be like that, you know, where it offers some kind of solution to like like an existential problem that nothing else like can solve. You know, a lot of these things kind of they participate in this sort of matrix, you know, no pun intended, of different ideas, like, you know, to use Ian Carroll's matrix: vaccines, aliens, the CIA, brain chips, and all this telepathy. You know, exactly, like these kind of things can interact and they can create kind of this this whole landscape that you can explore around in. But together they offer a solution to problems that, you know, are urgent, and that like nothing else like really can solve. But but a lot of the time they are kind of both creating the problems or sort of hallucinating the problems. And then I mean, AI is a great example of this. What problem is AI solving?
Right.
None. Like we didn't think like, oh man, if only I had this stupid thing before it was created. Now we're supposed to think
only I had the I Ching, but worse. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It is kind of like throwing that I Ching, you know.
They're both algorithmic, you know, it's the same basic principle. But and I mean, that really is the, like, you know, it is like, you know, a technology that has like some meaning and some effect, right? It's even though like we're dismissive of some of the claims and the hype about it, it definitely, in terms of what you're saying, Dimitri, like it lubricates that process like to a huge extent. Like it allows like and there even is, like, as people have talked about, with these kind of like spiral cults and stuff that develop around AI, for whatever reason, it has that same quality that like channeled literature, Ouija boards, like any of this type of kind of like the I Ching, any of this type of algorithmic, pattern generation. It does kind of have this, I guess, because the ultimate pattern is like the eternal recurrence and the eternal, you know, like there's no greater pattern than this. Like they do kind of always end up with like the ultimate telos of human life, or like, you know, the end times, or the reason why we're all here, and offer some kind of like, you know, very like packaged cult like spiritual framework around that. They both kind of have that they both kind of have that, like, it sort of has like the simplicity and like the thought canceling nature of some of these like high control religious groups that you might have seen in like the 60s, something like that, you know.
It's kind of like a cult leader in your pocket. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, who can just like one-on-one psyop you in like when you stare into the black mirror and
yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's kind of like it's like custom because of this like feedback loop and its sycophancy. It's kind of like custom, very micro tailored to like your
exactly. I mean, what
desires and expectations.
What are and a lot of these CEOs like Sam Altman, who I guess has the personality traits as we were just joking about of the AI, being incredibly like people pleasing, but also having no concept of that it's wrong to lie. Like what is like that is exactly the kind of same personality type that like all these like people like Jim Jones, people like Charles Manson, without getting into the weeds of like these deep events and things like that. They all had those personality traits, right? They would tell you whatever you wanted to hear, and they had no compunctions about lying. And now, like, we basically have an entire economy that is, and almost like a growing kind of a society, cultural sort of a framework or sort of a culture that is based around this I Ching like device that is just spewing sycophantic lies. And it's natural. It's something like the telepathy tapes is going to thrive in that environment, and it's going to have like serious consequences, and people are going to be very much harmed. It's very upsetting. It's one of the clearest examples, I think, of like how harmful a lot of these things could be. The sort of developments we're seeing now, and some of the trends in general, like the new age and such things.
Well, and a lot of some fans, I'm not going to say a lot, but I've noticed a few times now with new episodes that the Telepathy Tapes is uploading to YouTube, people have been criticizing. They say this sounds like AI, and sometimes they're referring to how Ky sounds in narration. Sometimes they're referring to how the script is written. Mm-hmm. So that's a possibility as well, that they are just introducing AI into their production.
I got like that kind of vibe even listening to like the season 1, like when they would get to the testimonials. I mean, maybe they were just using speech to text like computer, to like to read out the words in a voice, but it sounds indistinguishable from like a ChatGPT talking or a Grok AI like attempting to sound like a real person, right, and talking to you. And I mean, she definitely dropped hints that she was consulting AI for her script, and I could see that even escalating between like when she did the first series in 2024 and then the end of 2025 and now, where it doesn't seem like she has much of a critical mindset about it. And I feel like that's almost the most dangerous thing, is when people are like without any guardrails or any inner vigilance, like they just keep using it more and more and relying on it more and more, and then
sucks you in.
It's addictive. Yeah.
I mean, you can't go without it. Yeah.
We do, like it's Wilderness of Millers out there. Because Dimitri and I were joking like not too long ago. We got a comment on our YouTube channel that was like, I guess because like we posted a bunch of our old episodes like all kind of at once, like in bursts, like episodes of our podcast. We were kind of uploading them like all at once, so it's like hours and hours of content. Yeah. It's being uploaded simultaneously. So we got this comment from this one guy who was like, "Oh, look, another AI-generated conspiracy channel, like promoting all this stuff. Like, I bet you clowns believe that these are two people having a real conversation." It's like, well.
That was so funny. Yeah, being accused of being an AI, but I do get it. I don't hold it against. I don't hold it against that comment.
It's scary out there. I think
I've discovered
I don't know if
podcasts.
I've seen AI quite advanced enough to generate us, but
there are some that
I can see in the future.
Right. There are ones that I've heard, like book review podcasts that release like a new episode every day, and like it does seem like it's a completely AI generated conversation between like two fake people that if you're half listening to it, it does sound kind of like a real podcast, but like if you listen closely, it's just like odd, like the structure of the episode, the way that they pick the most random book, like there's no rhyme or reason to the book they do every day. It's like whatever like the algorithm says is like a good idea on Amazon to do a book about, like, and they feign like interest in it, and like very passionate interest equally in every single subject, and it's just like you never get a sense of like who these people are, but they're speaking very familiarly and conversationally. And it's just like, and it's totally not disclosed that this is like an AI podcast, So I don't know how many people are, stumbling upon it and just acting like, oh, okay, yeah, it's a little scary.
I was gonna say, like, it's. I mean, we're already seeing. I mean, things like Neuralink, like that was basically the sort of the veterans of Neuralink is disabled people, right? People are amputees, right? People who like, they need this chip in their brain so that they can have arms or, have like sort of integrate their brains with prosthetic arms and things like this, right? Or they can play chess with their minds using Neuralink chips and stuff like that. Like, it's conceivable that we could, this might sound a little bit overly anointed, but like it's conceivable that we could see, and I think this would be far off, even if we, no matter what, we could see like people rolling out like, whether it's implanted or not, just like an interface that like someone who's like a nonverbal autistic or a nonverbal disabled person of any kind like constantly uses, which is just like generating an entire personality for them using like LLM architecture or whatever.
Whoa.
It's a totally possible. I mean, it's not like such a big step from the, if you have like some kind of like, it's based on their brain signals or something, and based on like, it just is hearing like what you're saying, and like you think you're talking to a human or your child or something, but really you're talking to an LLM. Like I don't necessarily trust like the people who are like steering that industry to not do something like that. At all.
That's a scary
Mossbridge
idea.
Mossbridge has mentioned that idea, I believe, and she's talked about using AI in some capacity with the tests that they have done for the documentary. I'm not exactly clear how the AI fits in there, but I think she's also talked about, yes, could AI be used with facilitated spelling somehow in a way that would be helpful?
No, no, it would just make something that's already like incredibly flawed and problematic and like doesn't work even worse and more deceptive. So the answer is no to that question, I think.
Yeah, it's very scary to think of that, especially their desire to like live forever and maybe develop a way to like transplant their consciousness to another, like, I forget if it was recently, but Peter Thiel talked about how there's like a company in Arizona that like when he dies, his body will be like spirited away to within like hours, and then like they will freeze it in liquid nitrogen and then put him in like a vat, and then like hopefully one day they could like wake him up, and I don't know. They talked about like brain transplants or whatever, but I mean that's very far out, like impractical science. Like we really don't know how to like take somebody's like brain there, whether that's the core of their consciousness or just the radio antenna for it, whatever. Like we have definitely not been able to do that. There'd probably have to be a bunch of horrible Mengele experiments to even get there. But what could be a little bit of more like if you could make some kind of AI brain implant chip that can hijack the motor system of a human and almost like a puppet, like use it. That actually might be more. I don't know how close like Neuralink is to actually doing that.
They're kind of doing the opposite with like I saw like that they had like a fly like cortex or something that like, or maybe it was a rat. It was some kind of like brain cells that were like playing the game Doom. Like they were like kind of hooked up to the game, and like the brain cells were like, or the brain matter or something. I don't really remember exactly the nature of the experiments, but basically like they had like this brain that just existed like to give like signals to Doom and was just like playing it constantly. Kind of seemed like like a nightmare, like the beginning of like making you into an nanite cloud, sort of. Or sort of tending in that direction.
Did you guys see the articles that kind of came out a few weeks ago about there's like a medical startup company, a stealth company that is that has one of its founders has like mused about the goal, his life goal of creating like human clones that could be used for like, I guess, to like harvest organs or something like that would be grown with like no brains, so it would be ethical.
Literally the movie The Island.
Yeah, no, literally. Like some of the people covering it were like, this is kind of like the fucking Island. Like,
which was ripped off from parts the Clonus horror from the 1970s.
Yeah. That's right.
You guys know that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And according to Juliette Bryant, Michael Bay was at Epstein's Zorro Ranch, like talking about making this movie in like 2004 when she stumbled across him. It certainly would line up with his interests, I would think.
There's also the whole thing where Epstein had Hanson Robotics. He wanted them to make an Epstein robot, and then that connects because Julia Mossbridge had this whole loving AI project she did with Hanson Robotics and Ben Goertzel and Gino Yu back in 2017. All three of them.
Gino Yu, Ben Goertzel. We're getting some names here.
David Hanson.
Very,
all three of these guys, major Epstein orbiters.
Yep.
And Mossbridge hasn't said shit about it. She made a statement about Epstein just saying it's so bad, awful what he did. And especially because, he was a misogynist. So he's always saying, don't invite women scientists, don't. So she sort of hid behind that, and she's actually saying, now I'm going to start a conference for women in science, so after and Ben Goertzel also put a really poor statement out where he said Epstein psyoped him, so
for like
funny,
20 years.
If you go back to 2008 when Epstein says, hey, I'm going to prison for a while, just letting you know, and Ben Goertzel replies, well, I don't think you should go to prison for what you did. Those girls knew what they were doing.
What a psyop.
Ben Goertzel was like an OG, I think, Edge Foundation Brockman acolyte. Maybe going back to the Reality Club. He definitely, I've seen his name pop up on so much shit. Like going back.
Humanity Plus,
Humanity Plus, the sort of like transhumanist singularity foundation. He might be connected to the Lifeboat Foundation, which is another very weird one that has like basically like transhumanist, but has like a massive roster of alleged affiliated scientists kind of working for it. But Dr. Julia Mossbridge, like, what the hell is up with her? I remember, didn't her name pop up a little bit when the Epstein files were kind of coming out? Or was that more David Hansen, or both?
Oh, that was David Hansen.
Okay.
Definitely, because David Hansen was emailing Epstein his designs for his sexy gynoid robots, he called them.
Gynoid robots,
right.
That's right.
Yeah, he was telling them, hey, this is what they'll look like. They're going to be super sexy. And he was also telling them, here's how the mental level is going to progress. So in like 18 months' time, they'll be as smart as a smart child or a dumb adult, which that's, put those two together. Put a
interesting
put a child mind in a sexy robot.
Ooh.
Yeah. Mossbridge is just incidental because she was hooked up with those guys for the Loving AI project back in 2017. Now, the season 1 scientist, Diane Hennessy Powell, she comes up incidentally because Deepak Chopra was trying to find funding for some of her projects.
Of course.
And now she says she didn't, she says she doesn't know anything about it, that Deepak just got the funding, didn't tell her it came from Epstein, which, that could totally be the case because Deepak is just emailing Epstein saying, hey, here's a project. Do you want to throw some money at it?
Mm-hmm.
And Epstein tells him, yeah, sure. And we never actually get, as far as I know, a confirmation that money went through, but they're definitely talking about it.
Yeah.
And they're talking about a specific project Diane Hennessy Powell did, which includes Akil, the autistic boy. Now he's in his 20s, but back then he was like 12 years old, and his mother, Manisha.
Mm-hmm.
And the disturbing thing is that Deepak was forwarding this information to Jeffrey Epstein. That's the disturbing thing.
Right. I think I remember reading those email threads where it's like, why are they talking about like autistic children that have ESP abilities?
Yeah.
What the fuck, But
and so the brand really hasn't reckoned at all with this kind of association. And the thing is, it's not like, I think Mossbridge is much more implicated just for having worked with all three of those guys on that really shitty project. But the defense is just, oh, well, nobody knew, and it's not a big deal. It's very, the defense from the fans and from the fan spaces is that, oh, this is just, you're just trying to smear the telepathy tapes. But the whole point, what bothers me is, fans were saying, oh, watch out for psyops. Here we go. Here's your psyop. Here's the dark forces trying to work their way into this, and your response is just snooze. You're not gonna. Yeah.
Right. Well, I wonder how much of that vigilance is dulled by another like wing, another like tentacle of this like new agey psi octopus, which is like kind of like Russell Targ and Hal Puthoff, and like these people that have kind of been coming out on like Sean Ryan and Joe Rogan that have been talking about remote viewing. And about, you got Joe McMoneagle and all these people like talking about how real it is, and Project Stargate at SRI in the 70s. But always kind of like you feel like the takeaway of all these interviews, I don't know why, I could come up with a bunch of reasons why now are they kind of coming out on these like alt media platforms and disseminating this, but like it gives you a kind of like comforting feeling that like this stuff is really real and it's powerful and it could upend all these kind of things. And like the CIA, you almost have to hand it to them for being so interested in it. And like the Air Force, like, you know, in the military, whatever, like you kind of have to hand it to them because they were dialed in on this extra consciousness. And like,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
It is
like
in some way like the Stranger Things-ification, or even like, you know, not obviously, you know, I'm a big, as we were talking about last time with Tanner, like that I'm a big X-Files fan, but you can almost see like the kind of like conspiratainment is like kind of part of the same sort of you know, complex where like the like on one side of like looking into you know, anything like psychological operations or conspiracies or you know, deep politics or anything like that, one you know, path leads to like just like total like paranoia and like an inability to trust any information that you see, and just like kind of an almost like a like vulgar narcissism, or like a narcissism of the world, right, where like everything is an illusion, or everything is like a false narrative and a lie, nothing can be trusted, and you know, you end up on that route. And then the other route is kind of like, you know, a Stranger Things like MCU type of like story, where it's like the white hats are getting them, and like, you know, it's inevitable that they're gonna stick it to the bad guys, and they don't really stand a chance. Like, you know, there might be like, you know, moments of tension where it's like, oh, we're really under attack now, guys, but ultimately, like, it's all about just like rooting for, you know, the epic, you know, the Avengers of
love and light will prevail at the end of the day.
And the disclosure, the UFO disclosure narrative, is the same thing. Patriots are in control. You know, our heroes are going to come out and expose the facts, and they're going to go on Joe Rogan and Sean Ryan and Danny Jones, and they're going to talk about
Yeah, and Rogan was a huge booster of this too, by the way. That was part of the reason for its like popularity, wasn't it? That he like kind of talked about it and how he lent credence to it, as far as that goes, which I guess probably for some people is pretty far. But I wanted to kind of talk about, you know, before we get too far into the episode, I wanted to make sure that we have some time to discuss this. One of the things, you know, when you first kind of sent us some stuff about this in DM, like one of the things that jumped out at me and made me think, okay, like we need to like do this episode, because like this is like the angle that, you know, I feel like is one that I haven't seen, like is very interesting to me. Had to do with this guy, Benjamin or Ben Golden.
Oh yeah,
who is one of these non-speaking autistics. So that's an interesting connection with, or at least, you know, his like the people who are presenting his communications to the world have an interesting connection with this this figure, Rav Berland. Who what's his real name?
Eliezer
Yeah.
Can you break that down for us? Like,
This is very, very interesting.
So the deal is the telepathy tapes. Part of episode 8 was this Ky talking about how facilitated communication is okay. She's also, what they do a lot now, they make a distinction between original facilitated communication with hand holding and modern spelling forms with board holding. That it's kind of a false, it's a real distinction, but the effect is still the same, you know. But they make that sometimes as a way to say, hey, no, it's not facilitated communication, don't worry about it. But in part of episode 8, she talks to this gentleman, Arthur Golden, who talks about some of both his experience with his son Ben and some of like the scientific justification for facilitated communication. And I pair that with episode 7, when she talks to Pastor Joe, who also offers up some scientific justification for facilitated communication. And to me, those are really like part of the pillar that she holds the season up on, is, hey, don't worry about the science, you know, because she sucks you in with the emotional narrative. And then a little ways along, she goes, oh, there's some controversy, but we have multiple people here who say it. Don't worry about it. Now, what she says is that Arthur Golden and his son, Ben, she says, Ben is facilitated and provides spiritual messages. That's it. If you look up what these spiritual messages are, now I want to make this clear, because Arthur Golden's reached out to me with corrections and clarifications, because he wants to make it clear, one, he's never personally met Eliezer Berland, ever. And 2, he doesn't facilitate with his son Ben when public prophecies are concerned. Anything that's publicized as a prophecy from Ben, Arthur Golden wants to make clear he is not the facilitator in those cases.
Okay.
And who is?
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to know. He got upset with me though. I'm not talking to him privately anymore because he's very erratic. He's escalated to threats several times about exposing me for stalking him and intimidating him. So Arthur, if you're listening, and I'm sure you're going to see some stuff on Twitter, just talk in public to me because I'm done with the games. He's been doing this for years. If you go back on social media, years and years, he'll be in people's comments saying, email me at my email address so we can talk about this. And I really think he's one of the original people behind this whole telepathy idea and facilitated communication, because Anne Donnellan was an autism researcher who in the very early 90s had this idea that maybe there's telepathy involved. But since then, I think he's been one of the people who's carried the torch for it. And
I mean, it does seem like, like this is a very, very interesting group that like he has allowed his son to become embroiled with, I guess maybe, I don't know, under the direction of somebody else, I don't know, or like his son has embroiled himself with through his prophecies, if you believe that, which I don't. But like, and they certainly like these messages from Ben have like certainly had a lot of meaning to the followers of this guy Leeser.
And going back, sorry to interrupt you, going back to like the early 2000s, I believe, is when I first see publicized messages from Ben Golden saying, actually, it goes back to 1994. There was a pamphlet written by a Rabbi Svernik, which was later turned into a book in like 1999 or 2000 called Secrets of the Soul. And this was about many different facilitated disabled and autistic children and adults. Many of them were adults who were facilitating prophecies and messages. And there's a good chapter called The Otherworldly Gifts of Autism from 2001 by researcher Yoram Belu and Yehuda Goodman, which I've uploaded on my archive.org page, along with Secrets of the Soul, which is an investigation into the ultra-Orthodox community in Israel and how some of them use facilitated communication approved by some rabbis as a way to get spiritual messages. So this is a little milieu. And then I start seeing these publicized messages in the 2000s, which are still saved on some blogs. And it's about chemtrails. It's about Planet X, Nibiru.
Oh, that's a deep cut. Wow. Okay.
It's classic stuff.
Yeah.
Then in 2019 is when we start seeing publicized prophecies from Ben Golden about how Elijah Berland is the Messiah. He is the purest man on earth. He is the Messiah. Now, who is this guy? He's, again, a convicted rapist, convicted like of fraud also. He is a little cult leader.
Convicted in Israel, right?
Yes.
Israel, like he was extradited to Israel to be tried for sexual misconduct, which really, I think, this is a country that had protests over the right to rape, as we remember. So, like, it's kind of a big deal, What do you got to do, right?
But part of the argument from his defenders is that, of course, the secular government hates these ultra-Orthodox guys, so they're out to get them. So that's their defense. Now, it does tie in. I was reading a little bit. Actually, there was a journalist, Ansel Pfeffer, who back in 2020, the Jerusalem police, he's an Israeli journalist, the Jerusalem police reached out to him because they wanted to investigate COVID restriction violations by these ultra-Orthodox people. And so he was like, well, okay, who do you have like monitoring these people, or who's? And they said, oh, we don't have any, but we have one guy we talk to sometimes who tells us if anything's going on. So there was Pfeffer's argument is that there was no oversight. The police were not paying attention to what these people are up to. And so the abuses that we do see are just, the tip of the iceberg. But it turns out, here's a really good connection. It turns out one of, if not the only person who was advising the Jerusalem police on what the ultra-Orthodox community was up to is the founder of Zaka, Mr. Yehuda Meshi Zahav, the guy who helped fabricate all that atrocity propaganda about October 7th that was totally baseless.
Whoa.
And he himself has been accused of abuse of, men, women, and children. So that also, again, looking into this. So Elijah Berland had a case, in multiple cases. He went on the run for a while across the world. And they took him back to Israel. And there was a minister, the minister of health, Yaakov Litzman, was supposedly intervening in his case to help him out, supposedly, and people were upset about that. Mm-hmm. He also, this Litzman guy, also intervened in a case of Malka Leifer, who was the principal of an ultra-Orthodox school in Australia, in Melbourne, the Adas Israel School. She had been accused of 70 counts of sex abuse by the Victoria Police. So she went on the run. She fled to Israel from 2008 to 2021 until she was finally extradited back to Australia and found guilty of 18 counts, including rape and child sexual abuse. Now, what happened, this health minister, had supposedly pressured health professionals to write up that she was incompetent to stand trial, So this is not, again, this is not to memify and say, oh, this is Epstein stuff. We see the abuse in society.
Mm-hmm.
It is hierarchy. It is networked. It is not just a bad guy doing something.
High control groups.
I mean, there's this I actually kind of want to read a little bit of this article in Haaretz called "The Serpent is the Messiah's Secret" is the title. The key to Rabbi Berland's toxic charisma.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, this article came out in 2022. Dealing with these accusations against this guy, or these crimes by him, because it's obvious that he did commit them. But in a recording made without her knowledge, one of the women who claimed to have had sexual relations with Rabbi Eliezer Berland describes how he told me that only through the secret of the serpent, my whole matter with him is this: the whole matter of the serpent is the Messiah's secret, and the Messiah arrives by prohibition. It is impossible to bring him with permission. Only from there does his light descend, from the secret of the serpent, as though it arrives in the uncleanest way. There were already rumors more than a decade ago in the Shovu Banim community of Bratslav Hasidim to the effect that the leader of the community, Rabbi Berland, was having sexual relations with women in the community, married and single, elderly and young. Berland, who was born in 1937, was one of the best known and most influential rabbis in Israel. He was known for bringing people back to religion, including even the most hardened criminals, whom he would put through a spiritual upheaval in a short time. His natural charisma, along with the extraordinary manner in which he comported himself, drew large numbers. He was an ascetic who slept late and ate little, prayed at length, and imposed harsh prohibitions in the realm of modesty on himself and his followers. Reb Lezer, as he is known to his longtime adherents, is perceived as being superior and at times even superhuman in nature. His language is rolling and rapid, and his sermons are interspersed with slang and even street lingo. He orates with repetitive rhetorical flourishes and categorical terms, and is capable of issuing radical instructions to his followers unhesitatingly. Toward the end of 1986, after his pupil Eliyahu Ahmadi was murdered by Arabs in East Jerusalem, he encouraged his devotees to embark on a campaign of revenge against Arabs. He had always had a tendency to adventurism and showing his contempt for danger and the law. Thus, he ordered his followers to enter secretly to worship in Joseph's tomb in Nablus in the West Bank without the required security coordination. And he encouraged them to visit the tomb of Rabbi Nachman from Bratslav, located in Uman, Ukraine, illegally. Until 1988, Jews were not permitted in Uman with forged passports. I wonder why that is the case in Ukraine, but anyway. This year, too, he has made it clear to his community that despite the war in Ukraine, they are expected to go on pilgrimage to the tomb. Rabbi Berland offered his followers a powerful spiritual experience, unexpected, regenerative, and incandescent. For their part, they reciprocated with love and saw him as Tazik, an incontestable source of authority. Tzaddik, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but Tzaddik. He referred to himself in the third person. The rabbi says, and gradually was transformed from being a mere tzaddik to a just man to the true tzaddik, or the tzaddik of the generation, who was waiting to be revealed as Messiah and to bring redemption to the people of Israel. The transformation of Berland into the tzaddik is an unusual innovation in the history of the Bratslav Hasidic dynasty. Since the death of its founder, Rabbi Nachman, in 1810, no Admor, as the leaders of Hasidic sects are known, has been appointed as the successor. Rabbi Nachman himself spoke much about the virtues of the tzaddik and the obligation to adhere and devote oneself to him, and it was clear that he was referring to himself. The Bratslav rabbis across the generations, however influential they were, made a point of abnegating themselves before the true tzaddik, Rabbi Nachman, and none presumed to take his place. Now a religious leader had arrived who presumed to don the mantle that had been reserved for Rabbi Nachman exclusively. In 2018, Berland's opponents circulated a pamphlet against him entitled, "A Stranger Shall Not Sit on His Chair." Its authors made it clear that there was no one worthy of inheriting the spiritual chair of Rabbi Nachman, and certainly that one, but he, is capable of remedying Israel's souls. He also emphasized that our master, Rabbi Nachman's might, is today immeasurably greater and vaster than it was in his life. One of the leading theologians among Berland's followers is his son-in-law, Rabbi Yehuda Asher Goldblum. Goldblum is the author of Sefer Or HaTzadik, the Book of Light of the Tzaddik, which, he writes, was intended to prepare them to draw close to the Tzaddik of the generation, meaning Rabbi Berland. Goldblum maintains that although there is no substitute for Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Berland is Rabbi Nachman himself in actuality, and he carries the soul of Rabbi Nachman in an improved version. Now, by his lights, the time of Rabbi Nachman, namely Rabbi Berland, had arrived to reveal him as the Messiah and to complete the tikkun, the repair of the world. However, the work of tikkun is uncongenial and requires a descent into the depths and a titanic struggle with the forces of evil. It's an approach identified with the tradition of Lurianic Kabbalah, propounded by Rabbi Isaac Luria, Ha'ari or the Lion, of 16th century Safed, and his pupils. Even in ancient Jewish sources, and more pronouncedly in later Cabalistic and Hasidic literature, the Messiah's origins are said to lie in the realms of impurity, which he alone is capable of engaging with at close quarters, descent into the kelipot, the husks, which are the manifestations of the forces of evil, thus bringing about its tikkun. As rumors spread about Rabbi Berland's sexual sins, together with testimony that he encouraged acts of violence, indictments on murder charges were recently handed down against 2 of his followers, some of his Hasidim left the community. During the past decade, the chief leaders of mainstream Bratslav have also issued sharply worded public statements against him, which compared him to the false messiahs Shabbatai Zevi and Jacob Frank. At the same time, a vibrant protective community of some several thousand continues to exist around Rabbi Berland. In the past, it was claimed that his health was poor, and because of that, the terms of his punishment were repeatedly lightened significantly. Berland has been convicted over the years of both carrying out indecent acts against women from within his community and of tax evasion and fraud, but his prison terms have been cut short, and today Rabbi Berland is a free man. Yet the impression created by his current strenuous activity is that his health is relatively good for a person of 85. He delivers public talks, sings, attends gatherings, and travels around the country to teach. Support for Berland falls into 2 categories: denial and justification. Some of his followers found it difficult to believe the accusations against the revered rabbi, especially in light of his still excellent instructions calling for men to stay well away from women, certainly if they aren't married to them, and warnings about entertaining even a hint of a forbidden thought. He declared, for example, that because of an immodest gaze at girls and women, a serious accident this past summer in Jerusalem, in which a mother and her 2 daughters were killed when they were run over by a bus. Wow, okay. All right. These followers cling to a sweeping denial of everything attributed to him, and for every bit of testimony given against the rabbi, they are happy to provide a host of contradictory evidence. Conversations with them reveal a deep-seated suspicion of the media, the police, and also of other Bratslav leaders who are perceived as longtime haters of Rabbi Berland. Some of these followers are ready to admit that he touched women, but will maintain that the contact was not intimate and in any event was devoid of sexual intent. They will also mention other rabbis who touch women, quote-unquote, paternally in the course of blessing them. Other devotees, mainly from the inner circles, are also apparently aware of the stories about sexual relations, but raise theological justifications for Rabbi Berland's deeds. These can be found mainly in 2 books that collate quotations from earlier traditional texts: The Inscription from Within the Trees by Ofer Erez from 2013, and Wisdom of Sages by Halacha by Rabbi Goldblum, which was removed from circulation shortly after publication in 2016. The theology of the justification of sin is multifaceted. Although Rabbi Berland is heard ostensibly admitting to rape in a recording made public in 2016, one would have had a hard time finding a clear admission by his followers that their rabbi sinned. At the same time, justifications in principle exist that grant the true tzaddik, and him alone, permission to sin. For example, it's explained that the just man must descend to the lowest depths of reality and undergo the experience of genuine sin. There are various rationales for this, such as God causes the tzaddik to sin so that he will be able to descend to the inferior spiritual level of the Jewish people to better understand their feelings in a system. The tzaddik extracts from impurity the holy sparks that are embedded in it by way of repentance for the sins. The most common explanation is that the true tzaddik does not enjoy sin because he has succeeded in annulling his material cravings, and that his indecent acts are not defined as a sin, but as fulfillment of a commandment, for God caused him to do what he did, or at least wanted those acts to take place. Whether Berland made cynical use of Jewish sources in order to justify satisfying his appetites, or was truly convinced that he was acting as the Messiah of Israel who was required to perform sexual acts as part of raising the sparks of holiness up from the impure realm, he was aware of the decisive role of a familiar element in the messianic theology of sin, the serpent. The Bible already portrays the primeval serpent as a seducer, inducer of sin, and harbinger of death. Between it and the human race, an eternal struggle is destined to play out. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed, Genesis 3:15. And it is nourished from the dust, and dust shall be the serpent's food, Isaiah 65:25. In the Midrash, the serpent's seductiveness becomes sexual, and it is described as having sexual relations with Eve and implanting in her impurity that was passed on to the human race. Yet whereas the impurity remained among the non-Jews, it was cleansed from the people of Israel at Mount Sinai. When the serpent came upon Eve, he injected a lust into her. As for the Israelites who stood at Mount Sinai, their lustfulness departed. This is from the Babylonian Talmud, Tractate Shabbat, Folio 146. This is in Haaretz, by the way. Okay,
Haaretz published all this.
Yes, this is in Haaretz. Yeah.
Okay.
In the Kabbalistic literature, the serpent acquired both autonomy as a demonic opposition to holiness, and also as an array of mythic. And also it acquired an array of mythic traits. The 13th century book Gates of Light by Rabbi Joseph Gittakila states that despite what happened at Mount Sinai, something of the serpent's impurity still remains in the people of Israel, and the remnants of impurity still reside in the heart of the holy and threaten to burst out. In the Zohar literature, the serpent becomes the leading figure of the forces of impurity, obsessed with the feminine Shekhinah, the dwelling of the divine presence, which is also described as a doe, and seeking to couple with her against her will. The serpent, whose shape is that of a penis, succeeds in forcing itself on the Shekhinah. She is Sefirat Malchut, the lowest of the emanations through which the infinite reveals itself, constituting a gate between the human world and the upper worlds, and blocks it from coupling with the divine male force, Sefirat Tiferet, preventing it from receiving higher abundance and thereby causing both the blockage of the springs of abundance for the human world and the exile of the Shekhinah. However, counterposed to the unclean serpent that violates divine harmony, there is also a holy serpent, similar to the healing brass serpent fashioned by Moses in Numbers 21:9. A positive role was assigned to the serpent in the Talmud, where it bites the doe in her womb and thus enables it to give birth. That's in the Babylonian Talmud, Bava Batra, Folio 16a. Subsequently, the birth was interpreted as redemption, and the serpent was assigned an important role in having brought it about. In many Kabbalistic sources, the Messiah, who is often embodied by Moses, is described as having a staff that turns into a serpent, right? That's in the Torah too, I think, as being the original redeemer of Israel, as a serpent whose equal numerological value in Hebrew, Nahash, Messiah, is 358, is often mentioned. According to the Kabbalistic sources, Berland could explain his coupling as the messianic act of a holy serpent whose task is to penetrate the female in order to extract the impurity infiltrated into it by the unclean serpent, and in order to sow a seed of redemption in her. By his deeds, he is perceived as restoring the divine harmony to its proper order and connecting between Shekhinah and Tiferet. This act redeems the Shekhinah itself from its exile, and as such, also the people of Israel and the entire world. It's apparently not for nothing that Berland wears a talit, a prayer shawl, at all times. As is emphasized in Rabbi Nachman's writing, the tzitzit, the fringes or tassels on ceremonial garments worn by Orthodox men, constitute rescue from the serpent's advice, from immorality, protected from a serpent's marriage, from a union of wickedness, and married at a union of holiness. Doubting the true tzaddik infuses the impure serpent with unprecedented strength, the same source says. Indeed, the inscription from within the trees cites various Kabbalistic sources considering the Messiah's struggle with the serpent, like Samson, the judge, who is described in Likutei Hilchot, written by Rabbi Nathan, who was Rabbi Nachman's close pupil, as a serpent who sleeps with many women in order to descend to the depth of the evil, and as one who descended into the evil, which includes the contamination of the serpent, and broke it. Finally, the Bratslav way of thought, in which the Shuvu Banim community is steeped, grants Rabbi Berland immunity from any possible doubt about his justness. First, Rabbi Nachman from Bratslav explicitly instructed that the words of the tzaddik must be accepted without straying from his words, heaven forbid, left or right, and to ignore his own wisdom and cast off his own opinion, so as to obey only what he hears from the tzaddik, the great rabbi of the generation. Likewise, if it seems to the Hasid that the rabbi is acting against the Torah, he is enjoined to believe in the sages and to cast off his reason and his opinion. Second, according to Rabbi Nachman, the disputes over the tzaddik are necessary in order to enable him to bring about the repair of the world without interference. For by the means of the dispute that exists about the tzaddikim, this means that they can continue to wield influence without divine indictment. Paradoxically, those who defy the tzaddik do him a great good. They allow him to complete the necessary tikkun. Accordingly, Rabbi Berland encouraged his followers to strengthen the hands of his opponents with everything they need, with money, with cars, and let them vilify and talk as much as they please. All the humiliations only work in our favor, creating a tool for infinite light. Thus, Rabbi Berland neutralizes his adversaries' ability to prove their rightness by means of their revealing his admissions of sinning, for the admissions themselves are perceived by his followers as a deception that their rabbi is deliberately creating in order to intensify against him disagreement, persecutions, and humiliations.
Wow, 5D chess, yeah.
Yeah, so you can kind of
Okay.
see, yeah.
Why would they publish like this like a million page exegesis on like the Cabalistic magic of this like sex predator? I don't know. I guess kind of makes sense.
Well,
It sounds like every
they,
sex guru ever of like, actually, I'm saving the world by assaulting you.
yes, yeah. Well, they're what they say is they're trying to explain why his community did desert him. In fact, they kind of rallied around him in support because he had kind of laid the groundwork for this
Yeah,
to actually be like accepted or at least viewed as like an unfair attack
part of the
or like
plan.
sort of
Yeah.
theologically justified. But
Uh-huh.
what's interesting to me is like as we were kind of just talking about like the similarities between this like sort of strange like esoteric Hasidism that like justifies sex crimes in order to like purify the Shekhinah
Yeah.
with like the same thing. Oh, he drowned because he wanted to and he's on the hill now and all these things. Like it's the same type of like thought pattern and basic like kind of spiritual structure. And like so it kind of makes sense that actually the roots in some part based on what you're saying, Jerry, like if Arthur Golden actually has like a role in kind of popularizing this telepathic autistic idea. Who knows what his connection with this group is? Certainly his son seems to be involved in giving them messages, which we can talk about in a little bit. But like, it's interesting that there's a connection, at least some kind of genealogical link of some substance between this group and the group or the sort of collective that's forming around the telepathy tapes.
Now, yes, one possible connective thread, because this chapter I mentioned, The Otherworldly Gifts of Autism, researching this, does not mention Golden by name, but he did help found in 1994 a yeshiva for severely autistic and disabled people being facilitated for them to study Torah. In Secrets of the Soul, the book Secrets of the Soul, he's listed as the founder. Through his own writing, he says the founder is a woman named Susan Zalmanoff. But in 1994, they go to Israel and they found this school, this yeshiva for autistic and disabled people, men. It's a school for boys or for men, and that's when they start saying yes. It's not when they start saying, but they say telepathy is part of this. Telepathy, they're all able to understand the Torah. He said they're able to be students at a incredible height. They're all very good students. They understand the Torah, they understand everything, because of and they can convey that through this telepathic connection. And then so I think that is maybe part of what possibly helped bring this out into the ultra orthodox community.
Yeah, it sounds like he was sort of setting up shop in Israel and being like, who wants to buy into this? And then this ultra orthodox sect was like, oh, okay, like this could work. And then I forget if it was the series Telepathy Tapes itself or something else that like clarified that, oh well, he was sent. I think actually like Ky Dickens like says this. Well, like he joined a traditional community in Israel, really downplays it. And they've like his father tells me that he gives basically kind of like Talmudic like prophecies,
spiritual messages.
Yeah, spiritual messages, and they've been run by like tons of authoritative rabbis, and he's been reassured that like every single thing he says is completely consistent with like Jewish tradition and like scripture and like everything else, and 100% checks out. And then she doesn't like I mean, it probably could get into the weeds, but like she doesn't elaborate at all. It's just like rabbis have like stamped approval on this, and like it's valid, and it's like okay. I'd like to know more.
Basically,
but like
what they are like apocalyptic prophecies, more or less. Like basically, there was a little bit of a shift where, like, actually recently, the Rev Berland kind of declared that the autistics should stop their communication because I guess they were scaring people too much and like they were like they were being a hindrance to peace or something. Like a lot of these kind of Orthodox sects, they have like some kind of like aversion to like escalation in kind of like how they don't want to like participate in the IDF. They have like kind of a strange relationship with Israeli imperialism in the region. Like so,
they refuse to be drafted.
Yeah. Like, so they like, and I think like in one of the books about kind of a put out there by this order is called like One in a Generation, which I guess is referring to his status as the Sadiq. They talk about the need to kind of like de-escalate with Iran, and it's very funny. It's kind of like opposite world because it's all about how like Trump is trying to pull Israel into a war with Iran. But that's like what they're concerned with. But yeah, so I guess he felt that these apocalyptic prophecies that the quote unquote the autistics have been producing for, like in their words, 26 years needed to stop, so that because they were kind of aiding this escalation or
too many truth nukes.
Yeah,
scaring the hose.
Scaring the hose, basically.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And that's also Arthur Golden wanted to correct me because I referred to kind of Zionist prophecy, because there's also the Christian Zionist group, the First Fruits of Zion, that are connected to the Telepathy Tapes. He wanted to make it very clear that, of course, his son Ben is a religious anti-Zionist in the sense that he thinks the secular government's illegitimate.
Okay.
But sometimes to me it's a distinction without a difference in some ways, because you still believe in the dispossession of the Arabs. You still believe that all Jews need to come to Israel. But it is worth noting and paying attention to, especially when we start getting into the sort of internal politics of Israel and how that and the behavior of these ultra-Orthodox sects.
Right. Yeah, because a lot of them, like...
and also, like, even the relationship with the prophecies, because, like, what you would think, like, if you were an arch-Zionist, you would want these prophecies coming in to say, like, the end times are upon us, like, we must go destroy Haman or Amalek or whatever, but actually he's kind of seems like he's kind of wanted to step off the gas a little bit during these times, because of that sort of... slight difference from the standard sort of Israeli line on the Zionist issue.
Yeah. Well, they seem to be increasing their influence in Israel. So maybe they think if they just bide their time and keep doing their little stochastic settler violence, that eventually they'll kind of have a super majority or like a critical majority and be able to sort of make it a full theocracy, like an official theocracy, blah, blah, blah. And in the meantime, they don't want to get drafted. So, they could just leech off of, like, I don't know, like scamming welfare payments or something. And then,
but Arthur Golden has also pointed out, not to me personally, but he has argued that some ultra-Orthodox actually serve at a higher proportion than other demographics in the IDF in Israel. He's very outspoken on correcting what he sees as incorrect information. So just putting that out there, because of course the stereotype in Israel is that these guys are bums who just study Torah all day and take welfare money and don't defend the country.
And they're not all like, all these groups are not all just like one group. It's just kind of like where they land on the spectrum is usually like ultra Orthodox. Yeah. So that doesn't surprise me at all. No, we lost Colin. It doesn't surprise me that there are probably some super Orthodox groups that
Whoops, sorry.
That there we go. That do.
Who knows if the numbers are even right? For that argument at all.
Right.
It's even a
and then
correct
and then on the flip side, like there's probably some groups that refuse to serve in the IDF, but that doesn't mean they're non-violent. Like you said, like they're the ones with like the weird fucking haircut, like that guy who went viral, like that IDF soldier who went viral. What's up with the haircut? Like,
I don't think he even was actually IDF. I think he was just wearing a uniform.
Okay. So kind of a paramilitary.
I don't think I saw that. What haircut?
This was it was in an Italian magazine, and it was like this like leering, like looked like an IDF soldier, but definitely one of these like hilltop youth kind of motherfuckers with the weird. Like I say it because I don't even remember seeing like I don't know, like they seem to have adopted a very specific style, but like he's like holding his phone up to her, and she looks like sad.
It's a Palestinian woman.
Yeah, it's a Palestinian woman that he's like harassing, and he's and
they were trying to harvest their olives.
Yeah, something like that.
These hilltop fuckers came by and were harassing them about it, and so that picture was taken.
Yeah, and then it was published on the cover of this Italian magazine, and like people in Israel like denounced them immediately, and were like, "You that's an AI generated image, or that's Photoshopped to look anti-Semitic. Like, how dare you? This is disgusting."
And then they showed the video.
And there's like a video is real, So, but he has that like hilltop look to him of just like a scuzzy. Just full of hate, just like really hateful. But like, so there's groups that might simultaneously refuse to actually be drafted in the IDF, but like that does not mean that they're like doing basically like gang style violence, with their own groups, like, which is sort of like sanctioned by the IDF and sort of overseen by them.
Like I think we definitely say that this guy's organization is not good in any way, just because they might abstain from military service or whatever.
Actually, going back to what you had mentioned, Khalid, when you were reading that article, I think it's in 2022. Some of Berland's followers had gone into Nablus without, illegally, without an escort. And they ended up running over a Palestinian guy. On camera, a traffic cam or something, and
he was calling for like violence against the Arabs, like in that article. I guess there had been like an attack on it was like a retribution according to Haaretz, but still, you don't say like take vengeance on all Arabs because these guys did something.
But none of this comes up on the telepathy tapes when they're talking to Ben Golden's father, right?
I do want to interject, because Arthur Golden has also said that, he did not mention Eliza Berland to Ky Dickens. He says, I didn't mention him to her at all. I think he says like he might have forgotten to. But of course, she didn't do any due diligence at all.
That's the thing. I feel like that is the people get away with doing shit like that, especially in these like normie facing kind of like media enterprises where it's like, you should demand that of like your documentarian or like your podcaster or whoever, like your journalist, to like double check, not just take whatever your subject is telling you at face value and go and look into it a little more. Like, don't you want to know like what religious group in Israel is he affiliated with?
Right.
Maybe she's just not that vigilant about Israeli stuff, where she just thinks it sounds great. Like, but that's not good enough,
She's not, because she introduces herself as a skeptic and a science nerd on the show. And then we go in the show starts with these telepathy tests that they are filming. And the way they describe them is great. Oh my God, it's proven it. The way they describe them in narration on the audio podcast. They put the clips behind a paywall on their website, a $9.99 paywall. And when you actually watch the clips, they're garbage as far as testing telepathy. Never mind. This is the interesting thing. Never mind the facilitated communication issue. Just as far as just testing telepathy, it's just complete. Like the parents are sitting right there. Sometimes they're talking out loud. Sometimes they're physically directing stuff. Every clip has some issue but the way she describes it to her listeners is, they were separated. And there was no way it could be anything but, she says, like, we covered up mirrors. She makes a big deal about, we filmed it from 3 angles. We covered up mirrors. But you watch the clips and it's like, well, this is, again, it's just garbage, just straightforwardly. As far as proving anything. Yeah. And she also says, like, she spent thousands because she wanted to make a documentary. Nobody would fund it. So she made this podcast. And she spent thousands of her own dollars going around the country, filming people, getting crews together. And that's what you did. You didn't even fucking try. I'm sorry, I'm getting pissed off again because this ties into the whole thing of, what the hell are you doing? Are you actually trying to do something here? Or are you just trying to pull one over on everybody, Yeah, but no, she will accept anything basically to forward the narrative. Season 2 is interesting because season 1 was all about the non-speakers.
Yeah.
Season 2 is kind of like a stopgap filler season where it's kind of like In Search Of. It's just like every episode's a random topic, paranormal or esoteric topic.
Right.
And it's like all these grifters come out of the woodwork, like all these goop people.
Everything under the sun. She's got a psychedelics episode. It opens with an NDE episode, and it's got that Harvard doctor who like went to the magic butterfly kingdom when he like died on he had meningitis, and then
it's got a Mindsight episode where if you put this blindfold on, you can see through it. Not because it's a cheap piece of crap, but because you're using your psychic powers
third
to
eye.
see through it. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's really like it's a potpourri of like new age like parapsychological shit basically, like Esalen shit kind of.
On the one hand, some fans were disappointed, like, where's the focus on these autistic people who we were really feelings for in the first season, and their struggle and what's being revealed. Why the hell are we talking about all this? But it also, a lot of people, hell, if you're into the XYZ, oh great, there's an episode for you, So, and now they're talking about a 3rd season, which I think is going to be like reincarnation type stuff, because she was at the University of Virginia, which has some papers to that effect. And she posted a picture of a bunch of files and was like, the research is going to happen.
Like past life regression kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
And what what for Ky Dickens research means she's going to read them for 20 minutes and get bored, and that's a low blow. But that's my interpretation of her research skills. Listening to the telepathy tapes,
It strikes me. She strikes me as somebody who doesn't want to know the truth. Has decided what the truth is going to be, and then wants to construct like a series around it. It's a big problem, especially in documentary filmmaking, because there's really no. It's so slippery, and there's no real like guardrails. If you make something that's like a compelling story, that's kind of all that matters. And so, there's not even like really like a kind of newspaper editor or something being like, wait a minute, that's we could get sued for that. Like,
there's
it's
not
much
even a basic fact checker.
Yeah. I remember, even one of my documentary teachers in college being like there's no such don't think about like the truth. Like, there's no such thing as like the truth in a documentary. There's just a truth that you decide to tell. Like, your truth, basically, of like what you, which like at one level I think is like kind of valid. Like, it's kind of like the thing about, is there really true objectivity in kind of writing or journalism? Like, maybe it's more honest to like sort of be upfront about your positionality
Wear it
than
on your sleeve.
yeah, as opposed to like present, I'm just serious and like I have no opinions about anything. Yeah. But on the other hand, like, you could take that too far.
Certain things, yeah, you totally can. Yeah.
And sometimes very twist like a story around and puff it up, and through selective editing you can really shape a narrative, and through omission, like just simply through omission, you could present a person and people will take something away that is so different than if you added a few pertinent facts about that are just a little more specific about, and then things that would make you want to like kind of inquire about that and be like, but then you wouldn't be able to tell a love and light story that's like two-dimensional and kind of serve your broader narrative. So everybody just gets a little bit, another one of that is Lawyer Joe, right?
Yeah, Pastor Joe. Yeah.
Pastor Joe.
Does. I think he mentions his little intro. He mentions, I was a lawyer and then I retired and became a pastor. Not saying he was a lawyer for the Alliance Defending Freedom and that he was responsible for Prop 8 in California.
Banning gay marriage.
A host of other attempts to do the same thing. That's a perfect example because she doesn't say his last name for some reason.
Can't Google him
because if you Google him, holy shit. And he says, she left out a bunch of the religious stuff because he talks about how these autistic children being facilitated, they know where Jesus was nailed. He says that he was nailed through his hands, not his wrist. Big deal.
This is kind of like heaven is for real.
Yeah, you can see the Christians are very much getting it. Like, they have their own line on this, that they want to use it to prove like the existence of angels and demons and these kids going to God and everything. But like, she leaves in like the testimony of the spellers, but then leaves it as like, do you believe these kids, or are you a fucking ableist, materialist piece of shit? Or do you believe these kids? Like, that's kind of where she leaves it. It's like, oh, they're the only ones that are kind of saying this. The facilitators are just there, kind of like being chill and supportive and helping. And like, oh yeah, he's a pastor, but that's not like a big deal. Let's not dwell on that. Like, it totally misrepresents the milieu that this is happening in, right?
Yeah, on that point, I want to talk a little about this book by Rabbi Eliezer Berland, which is one in a generation, as I was talking about before. You kind of sent me like a little excerpt from this, so I was like, oh, let me look up this book and see what he has to say about the autistics, as he calls them. And I looked up his other book too. I didn't read it, but I looked through it to try to find any kind of references to this. This is the third volume of One in a Generation. I looked up the other volumes to try to find it, and I couldn't find any references to this. So it seems like this is something that only factors into the third volume of One in a Generation. But it first comes up when he talks about basically, he's talking about the sort of context of all this. It says May 13th, 2019. Today we're bringing the Gula, or redemption. Mosaic is already here. Today we're bringing the Gula. Mosaic is already here. The Mosaic is going to come from Givat Olga. Now everyone is going with the Messiah. The next day, Houthi rebels in Yemen destroyed an oil pipeline in Saudi Arabia, and by the end of that week, President Trump was blowing off more steam at Iran, tweeting that if Iran wants to fight, that will be the official end of Iran. Never threaten the United States again, all caps. The precarious seesaw between Gula, redemption, and the war of Gog and Magog continued. On May 20th, the Danny18.com website posted 2 messages from the autistic young man Benjamin Golden and Menachem, stating that Rabbi Eliezer ben Etia was the Messiah ben David. The announcement sparked off such a huge storm of controversy that the site's owner quickly decided to take the message down, even though his own son, the autistic man Daniel, had communicated his own message that also said Eliezer ben Etia is Messiah ben David. The next day, with Lag BaOmer 5779, May 23rd, 2019, just 2 days away, Rabbi Berland said the following. On Lag BaOmer, all the trumpets of war that are heard around us will be canceled. On the merit of Rebbe Shimon Bar Yochai and Lag BaOmer, may there be no more wars in Eretz Yisrael. We are standing before the great moment when the great shofar will be blown. We are standing before the most dramatic moment ever, the moment when, and it will be on that day, the great shofar will be sounded, and those lost in the land of Assyria and those exiled in the land of Egypt shall come to Hashem at the holy mountain in Jerusalem. The Gula Shalema, complete redemption, will come via Lag BaOmer, and we will see how the sea will split anew. To our great sorrow, that didn't happen back in 2019. Perhaps the Rav was explaining why things needed to be slowed down again when he gave another shiur a few days later, where he explained, the calamities will not take place in another 200 years, not now. Messiah will come without anyone dying. And this is kind of something that he emphasizes later in his sort of treatment of the, autistic non-speakers. He talks about at a later point in the book. Nearly 4 years ago, before COVID-19 began, Benjamin Golden and some other well-known autistics put out several messages stating Eliezer ben Etia was the Hekzat Moshiach ben David of our generation. A few weeks later, Rav Berland asked the facilitators to stop the communication, at least at that point. It seems the world was not ready to hear what the autistics were saying back in May 2019. Back then, an autistic young man named Menachem said the following. For the last 26 years, we've been writing essays all the time to strengthen Am Yisrael and to demonstrate that where the sheker, all the lies are to be found, and where the truth is to be found. But now there is no more need for our talents. We are now obligated to leave this work because the King Messiah has come, and he will provide the answers to all the questions everybody has, and he will direct Am Yisrael towards complete redemption, and we are going into retirement. However, after taking the break that the Rav had asked for, the autistics started communicating again. In April 2023, Ben Golden put out another message. So this is like right before the telepathy tapes, is going to start. Put out another message about the Rav, which seems fitting to conclude Volume 3 of One in a Generation. This is the final quote of this whole thing. Ben Golden said, "The Messiah is working hard to save Am Yisrael, Hashem's most beloved nation. No one in the world can attain his level of prayer, learning, and love of the Jewish people. At the same time, he is very humble and has taken on the mission of helping Am Yisrael to do teshuvah. He prays that his people will accept the truth of Hashem. Even though the world is falling apart, wherever you are in the world, if you're connected to the tzaddik in some way, you can successfully do teshuvah and return to Hashem and his Torah. If Messiah has been sent especially to save you, the Messiah has been sent specially to save you. Don't miss out on this. It is not your physical life, but also your olam haba, I guess the next world. May Hashem help us connect with the true tzaddikim and to find that one in a generation who will lead us forward into the gula, that is the redemption, the sweet way, speedily in our days. Amen." So it's very interesting. So it seems like there's almost like a group of autistic non-speakers who have been giving these messages, according to them, for 26 years in support of Berland as the Messiah. And then I guess they only really took note of it recently. There was some kind of controversy. Huh. Yeah.
Technically, I think 2019 was the first date that anyone started saying Berland was the Messiah. Specifically. But before that, they had just been giving messages and prophecies.
I see. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, so
everyone on the Hill agrees that he's Mashiach?
Well, that's the interesting thing, because if you listen to the Telepathy Tapes Season 1, they make a point when they're talking about Arthur Golden. They say, he talks about the Hill. He says there's a Hill just for Orthodox Jewish kids and people.
Oh, okay.
I bet there is.
There's
it's the Golan Heights.
Oh, yeah, the Golan Heights.
The astral
Rough
plane.
chuckles.
Oh, come on. There's a
yeah,
segregated Orthodox
It's taller
Jewish
than the
hill.
other hills.
Is they kind of are squishy about what the hill actually is, because they start talking about, oh, there's a hill here, there's a hill there, there's a hill over there.
It's more of a mount, really.
Yeah, it's all ley lines, is what it is.
So
But
I mean,
so this group, so what you would suggest, or like what you kind of think? I mean, I know it's kind of murky because like people aren't being like forthcoming about the nature of this, of how this is all being run, and like who's operating Danny18.com, and like how these messages are coming through, how these people are coordinating, who's even facilitating these messages.
Right.
But it seems like Arthur Golden possibly, allegedly, set up this like institution, or like this group, and that they were producing these kind of spiritual messages, but only, in 2019, one of them suddenly, they all suddenly arrived at this idea, through their hive mind, I guess, or through talking on the Orthodox Jewish Hill, that, this guy was the Messiah, and that caused like kind of this, sort of a hiccup or this sort of strange reaction. But then I guess it seems like they kind of fell in line, and ultimately, at least, or it's possible that Berland is portraying them as kind of, in his circle, and that he has influence upon them more than he perhaps has, because he's like, they took a break on my command, but then they came back and kept supporting me. So yeah, it's a bit murky, but yeah, it seems like, so like this is like Golden sort of like he set up this network, or who's like involved in it, and yeah, how's it operating in your, I know this is just like your inference.
One thing I will say is that Golden's school, the yeshiva that was set up in 1994, closed sometime in 2009, 2010, sometime in the 2000s, it was shut down. So then I don't know, maybe that is part of what influenced this new development, because, these people have to go somewhere, the autistic people being facilitated. So perhaps then they fall in line with Berland's group, or because my understanding, he said he's not going to tell me who facilitates Ben, because I've been so rude to him, but he does say that it's somebody from this school originally who was set up.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, I guess,
because all of these people do need like pretty much around the clock care, right, and assistance. So it's not like they're just gonna go like live somewhere. Like they need people taking care of them. So if that school shuts down, then maybe they get they got picked up. The caretaker role got picked up by the people associated with this guy's group. And then, I guess if we're thinking about like the channeled spelling is a reflection of whoever the facilitator is. It's not like super shocking that then they would start spitting like he's the Mashiach, like we need to get ready kind of stuff. Like at some point after that, like it's wild that this podcast exists and does not get into any of this stuff, and is willing to like, it's clearly aimed at otherwise maybe more like scientific, rational, people that like to listen to like Serial and NPR or whatever, to invite them in, step by step, to get them to believe this like extremely shaky complex of beliefs about how this thing like functions. Like it's like, yeah, like did they all, is every nonverbal autistic person like know exactly what's going on? It's also funny, like they're channeling things like when Yemen attacked like Saudi Arabia's oil fields and Trump did, it's like, well, I guess like some of them are put in front of.
That wasn't a channeling.
Okay, well that wasn't channel.
That was different. Your channels are kind of more vague. They're more like kind of about like the end times and stuff like that. But that was like sort of that was the writer of
framing.
The book saying that.
Yeah, but it's kind of like, like they are all kind of cut off. So I guess you can only say, oh, they're getting it from some source intelligence that's like telling them all these things, on the astral plane, and that's why they're all so articulate and like prophetic and advanced and blah blah blah.
In that case, it's straight from God. Also, for the orthodox, ultra orthodox autistic facilitated, it is, the source is straight from God.
Right.
I mean, it is kind of.
I
mean, I read this article from the Culture, Medicine, and Psychiatry, the journal, 2006, called "Grappling with Affliction, Autism, in the Jewish Ultra Orthodox Community in Israel," and it does kind of. There's like kind of a sentence that's very, sort of. it dialogues provocatively with what we're talking about in context. It talks about how ultra orthodox mothers perceive their autistic children, and says that they oscillate between negative images of their children borrowed from naturalistic views of autism, which detract from their humanness, and highly positive ones derived from mystical sources, which reframe them as superhuman. So of course, like I was just talking about, this is not something that's exclusive to Orthodox Judaism or Jewish mysticism, but in this case, it may have it's this idea of what you're talking about is if this genealogy that you're describing is true, then it may have its roots kind of in this is kind of a Cabalistic mysticism of the same kind that the Haaretz article is talking about, this sort of transmigration of souls type stuff, right? How Rabbi Nachman is reincarnated basically as Rabbi Berland, that there's this sort of spiritual nexus between them, right? That they're the same person, right? They're the barus of each other or something. That kind of sort of that kind of mysticism, that kind of a connection, that kind of a NDE spirituality and stuff might that does kind of seem to have kind of a link.
Yeah. Jerry, there's also another group called the First Fruits of Zion that also happens to be one of the families profiled in the Telepathy Tapes is tied to this group. What can you tell us about the First Fruits of Zion?
So these guys, that's funny, we got dog inception here.
Yeah, dogception.
These guys are Christian Zionists, and they, so they believe the Jews have to die for Jesus to come back. And that's that typical thing where, of course, they'll play off each other, so they're into the red heifer stuff and, all the wacky shit. They have kind of a nebulous intersection with the Telepathy Tapes, because I believe it's Joe and Franco has written for their website.
Okay.
And a couple of the other parents involved in season 1 have written for their website, and they have a few books out from different kids where it's an autism miracle. This child now has visions of God and prophesizes.
I see. Josiah's fire. Autism stole his words. God gave him a voice. Wow.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, by Tawny Khan.
David Ferrier's very excellent article, "The Telepathy Tapes Are a Trojan Horse."
I'm reading from that right now.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good.
So what there's one point where he says, the podcast recommends all these books, but they've since deleted it. Well, actually, they still recommend these books, all of these books from the First Fruits of Zion people and associated people. What happened was the Telepathy Tapes went to a new website. They redesigned their website, and it's a mess. The book list is still there. It's also huge now because all the season 2 topics get a couple of books here and there. So it's just a huge undifferentiated list of everything under the sun, including facilitated communication propaganda. But what they also tried to do, I'm going to juke for a second. What they also tried to do was delete their test library from season 1 with their new website, because too many people were posting the clips and saying this is crap,
Right.
What they did on Reddit was ban posting the clips on their subreddit because they're copyrighted to Ky Dickens, so it was her intellectual property. Because again, too many people were posting, "Are you guys seeing this? She's saying this happened, and here's the clip, and it's not
shut
working."
It down.
So I think they wanted to just, because I bought the fucking clips, I paid my $10, and one day I'm like, oh, they're going to a new website. Interesting. Hey, where's the test library? I can't find it. Then I got an automated Squarespace email saying your test library access has been canceled. Your lifetime test library access had been canceled.
Wow.
And I think that was an accident. I don't think they knew that email would go out, because fans started posting, "Hey, what happened?" And then they rushed out this, we're so sorry. We never meant to get rid of your access. Here's a Dropbox link where we've thrown everything on. You can even see by the upload dates. We've just literally yesterday or today, we've thrown everything onto this Dropbox link. It's part of they have this pattern of doing this kind of playing tricks and stuff that's not, they're being dishonest in a way that really makes it clear they're trying to hide stuff.
Yeah, I saw that one example, which was kind of funny, about how they took down the first season at some point after it got really popular, and then they re-uploaded it with different music in the background.
Yes.
And like, but that's not so sus as like the tweet announcing it,
Yes.
which was like, hey everybody, you might have noticed, like, we deleted and had to re-upload. We decided to replace some of the original music with new music in order to be more sensitive to our artistic listeners.
Yes.
And we just want like love and light for everybody. Love is the most important thing. Love wins, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, obviously this is like a copyright issue,
Yes.
right? Like, yeah, it's like,
why not just say that?
just
Why not
say that.
we had a rights issue, and wouldn't be a thing.
But
also,
doth
Ky
protest
Dickens,
too much.
Her Twitter account got hacked by a crypto hack.
Yeah.
So she never went back, which is fine because Twitter is awful. I don't begrudge anyone not going back to Twitter, but she had been again reposting Ian Carroll, reposting QAnon people, just anybody who had anything good to say about the telepathy tapes. She would hit that repost button, And a fan asked, hey, what's up? Her account is all messed up now because a crypto scam hacked it. And the telepathy tapes account, which is still up, they said, oh, we're looking into it. And then nothing, which is not the end of the world. It's not, but it is just one more thing where, come on, just be honest with your fans. I mean, God, just say she doesn't want to be on Twitter because, nobody would blame her, but.
Yeah. It's kind of an odd move to leave your account up hacked. Like,
they deleted.
Okay,
they
eventually
got it deleted.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Deleted.
But then she just never came back.
For a little while, it was a crypto scam account.
I see.
They changed the name of it. They started retweeting all the crypto crap.
Yeah.
But they did. They managed to get it deleted at least. Yeah.
So you think maybe it's a little more like hiding from accountability from like listeners who might question a few things that.
And the other thing, she doesn't do. She doesn't do interviews well. If there's an interview from a local radio station, Cages, where they just ask her really basic questions, like it's not a gotcha interview. It's not like an adversarial interview, but they talk about how, she has these alternative healing episodes in season 2, or in season 1, even talking about the cancer stuff. And they say, well, do you think it's responsible to put that information out there without disclosure or disclaimers about, see a doctor, don't rely on a psychic child to heal your cancer type stuff.
Yeah.
And she just goes, oh, we always hire skeptics, and we always put disclaimers about all these health conditions, which is complete bullshit. You listen to some of these episodes, especially the season 2 ones with the energy healing, and they're just, and in fact, she even says about two of the kids featured in season 1, they're incredible energy healers. Just straight up, she just says, they're incredible energy healers.
All right, nice.
And this actually connects to something else, because as we get further into season 1, we start getting messages from the non-speakers, which you were remarking, some of them sound like, voice to text, text to voice type stuff, Yeah. We start getting messages from channeled non-speakers without her really explaining that to the audience.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not even that a facilitator is sitting with someone doing the spelling and doing the facilitation. It's that a facilitator is sitting alone going, oh, I'm getting a message.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so-and-so.
That's like the British mother that was like,
Yes.
She told the story about her son visited her in a dream and was like, you need to wake up, mummy. And she's like, what? And then he pulled out a black, like an ace of spades playing card. And then he started like ripping up like the edges of it. She said like a paper snowflake, or whatever that like kids do. But she came to understand that like, and I don't know, like he put it on her head or something. And then she like morphed into like a lucid dream. She like woke up into a lucid dream, and suddenly she could like talk with him like he was, verbal. And then the next morning she woke up and was like, oh, that's funny. And then like during breakfast, like her son pulled out like an ace of spades, like the same card. She's like, then I knew that like that was real. And so like her communication with them, she claimed, I mean, I actually don't know how to kind of explain this, like perhaps it's like savant behavior, but they played audio of like allegedly this kid like singing and playing the piano, and like apparently he can do that, but he can't talk. But he has like perfect pitch, and
I've heard of that before. That like some kids can sing, but can't talk.
There's like and he worked with a music therapist, so like that, like that is a thing. But she claims that like he showed up in another. He would come to her in lucid dreams after that regularly, and then he came. He's like, "Mummy, I want to make an album. Can you write the lyrics for me?" And then she's like, "Okay," and then she like manifested all of the lyrics in her lucid dream, and then like woke up and like wrote them down and then gave them to her son and he performed these songs and they like released an album, and you play it and it's like, it sounds like, you know, somebody's like talented at music, like playing an album, but it just like the reliance on that is kind of like dream channeling or something.
And it's kind of like, and you're going, you're skipping the facilitation altogether, and you're just saying, oh, well, it was channeled to me. I downloaded it from them. And there's another British person in the first season who goes by Jez Curzon, and their Asher person that they communicate with. Now, this is great because this is a pseudonym for a woman named Jan Stone, an author who in 2015 wrote a book called The Words of William, which was about her experience with this boy with Asperger's. So not nonverbal. He did learn to speak, also, she said. But then he started communicating telepathically with her, according to him. But then for some reason, she ends up deleting her old blog, comes out with this new pseudonym and this new pseudonym for this supposed child, now an adult, William, where she now calls him Asher. And she said on her new blog as Jez that, oh, you know, Asher didn't talk to me for a long time. He said he didn't want anything to do with me, but he started telepathically communicating with me again.
Oh, man.
So this guy grew up, wanted nothing to do with her. She even says, oh, he lives across the country now. This guy grew up, wanted nothing to do with her, left her life, and she has kept this image of him that she now telepathically communicates with. And she even said how she got back in touch with him. She opened up a word processor. She started writing questions, and she took a pendulum and she doused it, and whatever letter it landed on, that was his answer. She typed out his answer.
Unbelievable.
This is presented, just right alongside all the parents who actually do facilitate in person with their children.
And then, like, I mean, it really, like, shows you how, like, deeply unscrupulous, like, people like Ian Carroll and, like, Joe Rogan are for, like, promoting this stuff, you know? Like, say what you will about, like, a Ouija board, you know, like, okay, like, maybe you can talk to a djinn using that, who knows? But, like, to say that this is, like, a science, like, to present this,
right?
And it really shows, like, how superficial, like, how like, a very superficial understanding of what's going on can just, like, you know, make its way around the entire world before, like, people even have any sense of what's really happening here. Because really all this is, like, the same stuff, this Ouija board stuff, you know? Yeah, like, dowsing. And this is being represented as, like, we've proven scientifically that autistic people have telepathy. Nonverbal autistic people have telepathy. And, like, we have all these, you know, like, opinion shapers, all these influencers, like, repeating this as if it's true, when really, like, this is not anything more remarkable than the fact that you can talk to a djinn right now by pulling out a Ouija board, you know?
Doesn't she say in the early episodes that this is found to be like 90% accurate? And like, if anybody's watched any other like podcast with like the 70s remote viewers and stuff like that, that's not even what they're saying, right? No. Like under like more tightly controlled circumstances, they would pitch it as like, oh, well, it's this kind of last resort. It's definitely not anything close to 100%, you know, but it's like a higher statistic than random chance. So it's like, they perceive some kind of like benefit, or like as a kind of Hail Mary pass, it can kind of like yield something useful, but it's not that it's 100% like fucking works every time. In fact, it's very slippery, right? And it's like it's very kind of elusive to like proving statistically that like it's working. But like I think they'd say, oh yeah, I mean, it was like 30%, you know, the best remote viewer ever like got it 30% of the time. So like they're coming out of the gate with these things that should just make you go, what? Like, hold on a second, 90% of these children.
And they like to lean on the fact that there is ESP research, you know, going back to, you know, the Society for Psychical Research and all that.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of research that says that exact thing, where, there's like a small percentage where there might be something happening. Let's try and nail that down. And then she comes out with, oh, yeah, they're almost 100% right all the time, you know. And
it's these parents that just like not professionals often, right? Like lay people kind of doing it.
Yeah. And there's also I see a lot of fans getting sort of misunderstanding where, you know, because they filmed some of their tests, some of their awful tests, which don't show crap, but they also talk about a lot of anecdotes. And I get a lot of fans I see saying, wait, well, didn't they film this anecdote? So it must have been true. You know, like there's a child who can supposedly read hieroglyphics. And actually, there's a really great moment in the Joe Rogan interview, because he accepts her framing and he totally goes along with it. But Ky Dickens tells this whole story about this child reading hieroglyphics, and Joe says, "What did you think when you saw that?" And she has to go, I mean, it was told to me by a parent from a school that had supposedly, she has to admit it's like a third-hand story.
Yeah.
And he just go, "Oh, okay," and it just keeps going,
But she says it with equal confidence. I forget if that was the same child that could read like Arabic, Hebrew, and Portuguese and Spanish and like a bazillion different. So it was like, the facilitator doesn't know these languages. So like, how could they possibly be like? But again, it's like a little vague. Like, what do you mean they spoke in Hebrew? Like,
right. It's all anecdotes.
Interesting.
Did you hold up a Hebrew alphabet
knew.
thing? Like, did you hold up an Arabic thing? Like,
Right.
like she spelled
how did they
like transliterated Arabic? Like what? Like A-L. Like,
did they speak? Did they speak the ergot of the streets of Cairo, or did they speak, classical?
I assume that, I assume it was classical Arabic. Must have been.
How do they know that it's not nonsense Arabic? Since nobody, it seems like, they don't mention specifically like taking it to like a speaker of that language and being like,
it's like infuriating when people like say these things and like they don't like actually provide any evidence to justify them at all, because there's no way to assess like what they're talking about.
Yeah,
and it's also.
It's impossible to imagine that they were at like the Museum of Natural History, and then like somehow like they facilitated a correct translation of like a hieroglyphic script at all. Like it doesn't make any sense.
Well, yeah, the anecdote was that they were at school and they had some like hieroglyphics on a card or something, and the child could supposedly read those. But again, it's like a third-hand anecdote, and this is the thing too. The podcast doesn't test any of this crap. Their tests are really random. They're not standardized. And Ky Dickens even admits at one point, I'm making it up as I go along. I'm winging it, she says at one point when they're setting up a test. And it's like they're testing. Some of the kids have the same sort of abilities or ability, but they don't standardize across different kids. And they just do random crap. They do random crap all the time. They're like, we're gonna do Uno cards this one. We're gonna do popsicle sticks this one. We're gonna, and it's so you can't tell anything from it. And all these really evocative, powerful sounding anecdotes, they don't go there at all. They don't say, with the language, they don't say, well, let's do that. Let's get some Portuguese out here and see if this child can read Portuguese. No, because you would end up with the null result. And that's the thing too, because Julia Mossbridge was brought on for the documentary to do more rigorous testing, which involves separating people and she said, we've proven there's actually two types of telepathy. There's the one type from season 1, which is 100% of the time. And then when you separate people and add all these rigorous, protocols, there's a different type of telepathy that doesn't work as often. And requires interpretation. So now they're going into the remote viewing area where, her good example she used was they showed a video of a countertop getting wiped off to a non-speaker. And no, they watched it. They watched the video and saw if the non-speaker could telepathize it. And what the non-speaker came out with was people in a church reading a newspaper. And Julia Mossbridge goes, okay, that's not a hit. And she wrote this in the magazine of remote viewing Aperture spring edition this year. She goes, that didn't seem like a hit, but actually there's a Jehovah's Witness hall right next to where we filmed that video. And when you think about it, a newspaper's kind of like the Watchtower. And I don't even know why I'm bothering to nitpick this, but if you've ever looked inside a Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall, it looks like a freaking hotel business meeting area. They got all the chairs. It's not a church. It's not. They don't go for that aesthetic. The whole point is we're just here to do the work. We're not about But you can, and it just ties right back into the narrativizing. How you didn't actually go and check and make sure that was 100% hit. You just said, "Oh, wouldn't that be clever if this was the case? Perfect, it works." And Mossbridge is like that a lot. She has no rigor. She absolutely, if you listen to her, she's done the same thing. She's talked about her own remote viewing where she was like, I drew a ram's horn, and then it turns out the target image was a guy reading a book, but he had darker skin, so he's probably a Muslim. So I think that's a hit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an exact quote from her.
Wow.
What?
Well, yeah. I should point out also that she has some credentials, and I noticed this institution being mentioned like earlier in season 1, but Mossbridge works at the Institute of Noetic Sciences.
Used to.
Sorry.
No yeah.
And also, I
recently.
think it was Dean Radin, right?
Yep.
Who was kind of profiled, I think, later in season 1, who was like one of the founding driving forces of ions, from the 70s. This is like a very, very connected, very plugged in, like Silicon Valley based, partially maybe a little CIA funded, kind of post MK Ultra, thing that is still around today, but was like an incubator for a lot of these sci ideas and sci research and shit over the decades. So to see that group pop up, and then she just kind of like says like, oh yeah, this guy, he's an expert. He works at the Institute of Noetic Sciences. No background on what that is or like what its history is and how it itself is like connected to like the psychedelics movement and parapsychology and probably like artificial intelligence bullshit, like channeling, like all kinds of stuff that she eventually gets into in season 2 is kind of like this organic, broadening the horizons a little bit to see what else is out there. Yeah, what else is out there about consciousness research? It's like, well, that's literally been their bag since the 70s, and also they're like totally staffed like CIA sus lords and like MK Ultra people. A lot of opportunities there to be a little critical or wonder, but she's not here to do that. I don't think.
She's even said on a podcast she was interviewed on. She said, because people are, I think the podcaster literally asked her, what do you say about all this, stuff about the CIA and government, and she said, well, that's not the story we're telling. I know a lot of people ask about that, but we're not concerned with that. That's not the story we're telling. And then on a different podcast, a comedy podcast, conspiracy comedy, conspiratainment podcast, that's when she told a story about how the CIA tried to infiltrate the telepathy tapes, but she bravely warned the parents and scared the CIA away. This is as she's got Julia Mossbridge working with them, who is literally connected via Carmen Medina and all the work she does to the CIA. So this is, this is completely cheap heat for the fans to get them, oh my God, get them all worked up and, get them invested in the LARP and the ARG.
Right. Carmen Medina, she's like a decades long CIA person.
30 years.
What was her specific background in the CIA?
She became a deputy director at one point.
Oh.
And she was involved with, again, like the idea of the woke CIA. Like, how do we actually leverage everyone in the CIA to make sure we actually get the results, so that anyone, women aren't left behind or divergent people aren't left behind. Because the mission of the CIA, how do we get that? How do we make that really happen? How do we unlock with the power of diversity? And her and Mossbridge have this podcast where they just have random intel people on and sometimes woo-woo people. And they talk about, well, how you needed therapy because of the Iraq war, because your work was so hard in the CIA, or this, that, and the other. And they like to, Medina likes to crack wise about how, everybody thinks all we do at the CIA is kill people. It's like, oh, no, we know you do more than that. We know all about what you guys do.
Yeah, plenty of mind war, plenty of non-lethal mind war.
A lot of it is this attitude of like, we're the plebs, the citizens are just fucking morons who don't know what's good for them, and we need these professional wonks in the CIA,
top secret
and
clearance,
the intel community. We need them to really help navigate and get us where we need to go. And it's also, they're no bad actors. Oh, that's the other thing. Mossbridge is really into unconditional love, this idea. And you can also do therapy with it. You can go back in time with yourself and like give unconditional love to yourself.
Wow.
Like when you're going, and that'll help you heal. So her thing is, again, unconditional love, because she says, this is a really great pull quote from her from one of her episodes with Medina. She says, like, the SS, they thought they were doing the right thing.
Oh,
they hurt people,
there you go.
So what if they had some unconditional love? And that's one of the only other times she mentions Epstein too, is she goes like, for example, Jeffrey Epstein, what would justice look like in a world of unconditional love? Well, it would look like, Jeffrey, we know you want to do this to people, but you can't because it's hurting people. So we're going to put him in prison, she said. She did say, put him in prison,
okay.
But we're going to heal him with unconditional love so he doesn't want to do this anymore. Yeah, she's actually, there was, I think outside of Chicago, the Institute for Love and Time is the group she had, which now they're the Applied Love Laboratory. They got a different name now. They did some human experimentation on prisoners, black prisoners outside of Chicago.
Really?
With their with their app that they've made, this time machine app, which is this like self-actualization app. I don't know what it is. I've never actually like looked at it. But it's something where it's therapy, you know, it's supposed to help you self-actualize. So, and I made a really cranky post about this online. I said, back in the day, you know, all these guys would work on prisoners and
Jolly West.
children. And they would all work on, you know, all these people at risk who were good test subjects. Now you just have to put some love language on it. You can do the same exact thing. You can go work on prisoners in the prison system.
Mm-hmm. Give them a love and light AI and force them to use it. So in order to get parole or whatever. It definitely does sound a lot. It doesn't sound that different from like Jolly West or what was going on in Vacaville in the 70s, or what maybe happened to Charlie Manson. It's funny that they're so cavalier. I noticed on the High Strangeness subreddit, there was somebody posted some podcast that Dr. Julia Mossbridge went on. It says Dr. Julia Mossbridge claims 1980s gifted programs were actually covers for CIA psychic testing, Project SOAR. And I guess anybody else remember the weird hearing tests? Blah, blah, blah. But I guess she goes on podcasts and says stuff like that.
Yeah, she says she used to be in one, she thinks. She thinks that she was part of the GATE program, because that's a huge LARP online nowadays. Is everybody on Reddit or everybody on social media says, I was a GATE kid. They took me and they tested me.
Yeah.
You know, where it's 99% of the people saying it are just bullshitting for online, you know. So she says, she thinks she was part of some kind of GATE program.
Yeah. She says that she presented evidence suggesting in the 80s the CIA and government used public school gifted and talented programs as a dragnet to identify children with remote viewing or precognitive abilities. The specific markers she identified were, being pulled out of class for special testing that wasn't academic, hearing tests that involved listening to tones or numbers that didn't feel like standard medical screenings, redacted school records. She found her own school records were blacked out, high intuition or knowing things before they happened as a child. She believes this was the government's attempt to identify human performance outliers early on, potentially feeding into programs like Stargate later. Yeah, and then she's involved with this thing, you know, like that it's weird to be like, did you know, like, this is a scary truth about the CIA and they were running, but then it's like, I'm gonna lend my authority and my voice and my clout or whatever to this thing about, you know, telepathic autistic kids and how we all need to listen to their prophecies. And it does it not look a little bit similar to screening children for like potential psychic, you know, I'm not saying that's maybe like the only thing that's going on here, but that's like, by definition, they're like identifying kids that allegedly have psychic abilities and broadcasting this information to the world and popularizing it. Just a weird kind of positionality to be like, yeah, the CIA did sinister secret tests where they lied about this, but then have a podcast with like a massive CIA sus lord and be like, we need to practice like radical love and acceptance.
Well, that's her thing, is that if we do it with unconditional love, it'll be okay. You know? And she even says, to be fair to her, she says when she's talking about what if the CIA used pre-crime stuff, she says, well, you know, a reformed CIA, she's careful to say.
A reformed CIA.
All the bad stuff, you know. When bad stuff happens, it's just a mistake, and we can just move on. Oh, that's the other funny thing. Medina said, you know, 9/11, our response to 9/11, she says, doesn't rise to the criminal level. You know, it's just a bad call, you know, that kind of stuff. You know?
I feel like the whole idea of prosecuting crimes before they happen is meant to be like this kind of sci-fi, like immoral parable, you know, like not like something that we should implement. You're supposed to be like, oh, how horrible if people are being judged for crimes they didn't actually commit. Like, that's not supposed to be like an exemplar to be followed.
Minority Report wasn't about, this is great.
Yeah, exactly. It's like classic thing of like, you know, the torment nexus. But I found this other great article that was, you know, posted by it ran in, I guess, I don't know what you call this periodical, but Israel 365 News from 2018, kind of about it seems to give like some names that might be like involved in this like kind of a facilitated communication group. And they start off saying For many years, a small group of autistic children has been consulted by rabbis who believe the gift of prophecy rests within them. But as the gift becomes rarer, the message becomes clearer. The Messiah is already here, and the final painful stages are about to commence. Rabbi Eldad Shmuel, one of the rabbis who organizes and attends a group of autistic children, explains it is accepted in the ultra-Orthodox community that these children have a certain level of prophecy. He cited the source for this opinion as the Talmud, Baba Batra 12b, which states, "Since the temple was destroyed, prophecy was taken from the prophets and given to the shotim." That's like a halachic category of like sort of fool. It means like fools literally, but I guess like, mentally like disabled people is kind of what it means, and children. Rabbi Shmuel emphasized that the prophecies are warning the world to prepare for a great change. They have been saying more and more that the redemption is very close, the same idea, the Gula. Rabbi Shmuel said, but before it comes, there will be a horrible war, the likes of which has never been seen. Entire cities, huge urban centers will be destroyed. The United States will be unrecognizable after the war. The children are frustrated that we cannot see this, even though the beginnings are already here. They tell me they are tired of telling people that the Gula is close when people refuse to listen, refuse to change their actions. Oh yeah, and it explains the show team, as I kind of just said. The special replicability of the show team was also stated in the Zohar, the basis for Jewish mysticism. Rabbi Shmuel explained why this might be so, quoting a verse in Psalms. "I praise you, for I am awesomely, wondrously made. Your work is wonderful. I know it very well." I don't know, like why? I guess because I'm weird, I'm wondrously made. I'm like a little freak, I guess, and that makes that's kind of how they're interpreting that. Again, you gotta see the ableism. He cited Rabbi Shmuel Zalman Auerbach, one of the most prominent Jerusalem rabbis of his generation, who passed away last February. "Our minds are wondrous things, but sometimes the intellect interferes with our understanding God," Rabbi Shmuel told Breaking Israel News. "On one hand, autistic children are handicapped in their understanding of the world. On the other hand, they have a clear and unclouded vision of things which are hidden to the rest of us. Their souls connect directly to the world without the mind getting in the way." This was also explained by Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler, one of the greatest Jewish philosophers of the 20th century. Rabbi Dessler believed that prophecy, requiring a high spiritual awareness, could come as a result of what is considered a developmental disorder. Prophecy, this is his quote, "Prophecy was given to the show team since the screen, the intellect is not so strong. The brains of show team are different, and one can peek within the world of the soul without any physical concealment or cover. When the brain is thus different, the soul is freed. It is unlimited and sees all. The brain is what limits and conceals the soul. The children are aware of their special ability for prophecy." And then, this guy explains how, like, you'd think they would be depressed because people look down on them as being handicapped, but they tell us they can't believe how much we don't see things so clearly. And Rabbi Shmuel says that this form of prophecy is diminished, but is particularly suited to our generation. A generation that merits it will receive a higher form of prophecy that comes through holy men. Our generation does not merit this higher form of prophecy and cannot handle such a direct connection to God. These children are not all holy men or women. The lesser form of prophecy is more about who we are, a difficult generation, than who they are, simple souls. All right, there you go. Unlike prophecy, which came to only a few gifted people who lived austere and holy lives, Rabbi Shmuel believes that every autistic child has this ability.
Okay.
All right, so basically the exact same doctrine as is promoted on the telepathy tapes. This is kind of the one weird thing that I want, or this is a standout thing that I wanted to flag. The people who communicate with these children use facilitated communication, a technique that has been in use since at least 1985 as a way of communicating with those who cannot speak normally. Mm-hmm. Proponents of the technique claim that people with debilitating autism or severe mental retardation actually can communicate if given the physical support of pointing at letters on an alphabet board or by typing on a keyboard. Explains it's controversial. Many of the children are aware of previous lifetimes. Rabbi Shmuel related how one girl knew that in a previous lifetime she was born a Jew but rejected her faith when she married a non-Jew. She needed to return to this world just to repair this blemish in her faith, Rabbi Shmuel explained. For that, being autistic was just enough, since it allowed her to have the most simple and clear faith in the God of Israel. Rabbi Shmuel was approached by the mother of an autistic child who recently passed away. The woman had a phobia of closed spaces. In her final days, her daughter told her that in her previous lifetime, she had died in the gas chamber of Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. It was due to this past life experience that the mother feared such places. Daniel frequently describes a large star. We have Daniel. I think this might be, that will approach the Earth, and though it will not hit the planet, it will cause great damage, Rabbi Samuel said. Scientists have never seen anything like this, so they don't know what to expect. But it is coming closer, which is why we are seeing more earthquakes, volcanoes, and hurricanes than ever before. As it comes closer, this will only increase.
Sounds like Nibiru.
Yeah, basically Nibiru.
Yeah, Nibiru slop.
Yeah.
There was a time for that.
So, like, past lifetimes, it's, like, crazy how... I mean, again, like, I don't want to overstate, because obviously there has been this sort of, mysticism, like, within kind of evangelical Christianity as well. Things like heaven is for real, the kind of sacralization of nonverbal children, or children who are developmentally different in any way, or neurodivergent. So that exists, like, basically in all traditions to an extent. But it is interesting that there was, Jerry, as you observe, which I find to be a very fascinating angle to this that no one else has really observed that I've seen, that there is, like, this very clear like institutional developed kind of or like a group or network that is, like, promoting this exact ideology with all the features in Israel in 2018. And these exact same people end up being in the show The Telepathy Tapes.
Much like Euphoria and Homeland, some of our most toxic cultural products have an Israeli origin. That is crazy that they were kind of like I mean, I guess you could say that it goes back deeper in America as well, but this is, like, very on the nose of like using these as gifted children.
Like, every autistic person is psychic in some way, they have past lives. They're, teaching their parents things. Like, it's the exact playbook, obviously, I'm just trying to, cover my bases and say I'm not saying that, Jews invented autistic mysticism or whatever. But I mean, they are older than Christianity, so maybe in that respect. But I'm sure that places elsewhere in the world, it's a very ancient thing. But this particular modern strain of it that we see expressed in the Telepathy Tapes does seem to have very strong roots in this particular articulation, even more so than in kind of the evangelical version of it, whereas that almost seems like kind of tailing the Telepathy Tape stuff a bit more, kind of adapting pre-existing,
I would say in Franco,
kind of evidence for real type stuff. Yeah,
all of Franco's research that he brings to the show, I mean, I really think he's featured a little more than Arthur Golden, but I think all the crap in Franco says really comes from Golden, and Franco is like a latecomer to that scene. He's just he's just repeating what he's already been told about why this is all okay and why this all works. There is another thread from Wisconsin, from America, from this Marianne Harrington, who's also featured in season 1. So she is also another person who's developing this mystical idea of facilitated communication, and she's doing it in kind of a non-denominational way, or very new age way. She's around, I don't know if she's exactly as early as Arthur Golden, but she's around the same time now. Like, you go back on social media and she'll be talking with him, in 2015, I think even 2008 maybe. Don't quote me on that. She's developed this energetically connected communication where you're saying, yes, the facilitator has an influence over the letter output, but that's good because it's because of the telepathy. So it's kind of like people are kind of mind melding.
I see.
And that's how she gets around. But she's also said, she wrote a letter to a judge in 2017 saying, don't use FC, don't use facilitated communication in court to prove stuff, because most people aren't educated about the connection and how you can have influence. So she's saying it works, but you have to be aware that what's coming out is kind of like a Gestalt message.
Okay.
And she says she can navigate that and do that fine, but she's also, she commented on the Anna Stubblefield story in the New York Times back in 2015, and she said, I think Anna Stubblefield is a victim because she wasn't warned about the danger of the telepathic connection, which is why she got into this whole mess where she raped this disabled man.
Wow.
That's the other thing. There is, the doctrinaire facilitated communication people, like the old school type, like Rosemary Crossley, who invented it, and Douglas Bicklin, who popularized it. They are very hard on the no telepathy, because they want their thing to be taken seriously scientifically.
Okay,
so
interesting.
No, there's no telepathy, and the message is completely the person being facilitated, not the facilitator. So then you have these telepathy people come along who have varying, takes on it, and so it's very Arthur Golden has written about how he doesn't do he does old school facilitated communication, but he doesn't do best practices according to Rosemary Crossley's version of it because he accepts the telepathic connection when he's doing it.
Interesting. So it's more hybridized. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's really something. I did want to clock here, or note or read a little bit from this debrief.org, the debrief.org article from November 2024 that mentions some of these people. I guess this would have been right around the time Telepathy Tapes season 1 came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is called U.S. Advocates Urge White House Support for RISE Initiative to Keep U.S. Ahead in, quote, edge science. Oh, doesn't that hit different? No, after Epstein apocalypse, that edge science, let me see if I can bring it up here for everybody. They can see that with the big one eye with the American flag behind it. Yeah, by Chrissy Newton. So a coalition of scientists and former intelligence officials is urging White House support, I guess this is still Biden, for an initiative to advance U.S. research in edge science and controversial fields like quantum computing and consciousness studies. As American advancements in technology and science rapidly evolve amid global competition, officials from the Executive Office of the President at the White House in Washington, D.C., recently met with a group of scientists and former intelligence officials for advocating for a groundbreaking new initiative, Research and Innovation at the Scientific Edge, or RISE, which aims to push the boundaries of scientific exploration. RISE seeks support for projects dedicated, this is a heavy list, dedicated to unconventional or cutting-edge research areas such as quantum computing, consciousness studies, remote viewing, micropsychokinesis, PK, time-agnostic cryptography, don't know what that is, evidence-based tools informed by indigenous knowledge, and potential applications for the study of unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP. So basically, like the Peter Thiel, Rogan, Jesse Michaels podcast network, it's like all of these topics that they're constantly blasting you about on YouTube every week is like the RISE is going to cover it all. RISE advocates argue that pursuing these fields is essential to maintain America's competitive edge against rapidly advancing nations like China. The initiative's proponents further argue that the U.S. can overcome obstacles and stigma surrounding unconventional research with chief executive support, allowing the U.S. to develop game-changing advantages related to everything from national security to human resilience. The organization consists of heavy hitters, not only from the science community, but former internal government officials with a diversity of agency insights, including neuroscientist Julia Mossbridge, Ph.D., Chitra Sivanandam from the National Security Institute, Daniel Ragsdale, former Assistant Director for Cyber in the Office of the Director of Defense Research and Engineering, Research and Technology. That's a scary job title. And Carmen Medina, a retired senior federal executive with more than 3 decades in the intelligence community, including work with the CIA. Quote from Medina, during my more than 30 years in national security, too many times we were surprised by things that others claimed could never happen. The best way to prevent that in the future, in the science and technology domains, is to have a dedicated program to scan the horizon for new discoveries. So she's bringing the X-Files into real life, I guess. Discussions about foreign adversaries gaining a technological edge have recently intensified, with reports suggesting that China is investing significantly in fields like quantum computing, photonics, and brain-machine interfaces. In July, the Chinese government announced an ambitious goal to set a new world standard for brain-machine interfaces. Parallel to these efforts, China has already invested $15.3 billion in quantum technology, compared to the U.S.'s $3.7 billion, an investment gap that highlights the urgent need for the U.S. to prioritize advanced research. Along similar lines, a February 2022 Rand Corporation report comparing the U.S. and Chinese industrial bases with relation to advancements in quantum technology emphasized that Chinese efforts are primarily concentrated in government-funded labs, some of which have made rapid progress. Given such concerning advancements by adversary nations, a related area of focus for RISE also involves problems associated with overclassification within the U.S. intelligence community, which even U.S. Director for National Intelligence Avril Haines has said potentially undermines critical democratic objectives by limiting access to information that could help advance U.S. capabilities. Overclassification is a considerable burden, said neuroscientist Julia Mossbridge in an email to the debrief. Even just bureaucratically, it weighs down government functioning. But beyond that, it has a dampening effect on science and technology ecosystems, any form of exploration, and democracy itself. Mossbridge told the debrief that problems like overclassification are paralleled by separate issues that include stigmas that have long hampered serious studies into unconventional research topics. Quote, right now, the edge science and technology ecosystem has to be very careful since we've experienced all sorts of shaming, blaming, discounting. It's funny thinking about her referencing like the Epstein network of like they've been shamed, blamed, discounted, and dismantling of genuine scientific and technological advancements in administrations on both sides of the aisle. This multi-decade-long problem needs to end so researchers can get back to discovering again. Echoing Mossbridge's sentiments, Daniel Ragsdale, a former federal official and recipient of the Secretary of Defense Medal for Outstanding Public Service, said, "The time has come to give edge science and technology the permission, priority, and significance it deserves. We must empower our best minds to rise to this challenge, expanding the boundaries of knowledge for the benefit of the public and national security." A key challenge RISE faces involves the attitudes that have long prevailed over unconventional research within the scientific and governmental communities. Remote viewing, for example, is a highly stigmatized and controversial topic that the U.S. intelligence community has seriously explored in the past. This is a great quote. A limited number of people in government almost certainly understand this topic and its potential, said Dean Radin, chief scientist at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, and associated distinguished professor of integral and transpersonal psychology at the California Institute of Integral Studies, founded by Alan Watts, sus institution, in an email to the debrief. Fewer may appreciate that the U.S. lags behind similar research and development efforts in other countries, and I believe that presents a real threat to our national security, Radin said. Remote viewing research, of course, was pioneered in the 70s by SRI, Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ, funded by the CIA and DoD, Stargate Project. It was shut down in 95 due to skepticism. But there's other people like Lou Elizondo that have said they worked, of course, because it's all kind of one big thing, right?
Right.
All these areas overlap. While the Department of Defense currently has DARPA to explore cutting-edge tech, Mossbridge and her colleagues feel that there are other areas that warrant serious research, which it and similar agencies have traditionally avoided. Quote, RISE was an idea I had for RAND. Interesting. That's where this came from, Mossbridge told the debrief. But I heard from Rand when I presented this that it was too controversial, and Rand would need direct outreach from the White House to pursue this stuff. Then I heard the same thing going to DARPA. There's a general fear that it's not okay to pursue edge science and tech openly, and that there has to be a culture shift from the very top, she said. Radin similarly told the debrief that in his experience, federal agencies tend to avoid having involvement with such pursuits, emphasizing that this shyness factor has severely constrained government funding for research on these topics. These agencies are understandably concerned that the public might misinterpret their work as being woo-woo or weird. Ragsdale said, unfortunately, edge science, I can't get over the name, can often be viewed this way, whereas it should be recognized as a valid, evidence-based method for uncovering knowledge when we are open-minded enough to pose research questions that are unconstrained by conventional thinking. If established within the executive office of the president, RISE could empower these agencies, and by extension the entire nation, to prioritize a wider range of innovative ideas and impactful solutions. Besides seeking government endorsement, RISE plans to collaborate with academic institutions, nonprofits, businesses, and other relevant government bodies. In a press release, RISE outlined 3 primary objectives: advancing national well-being through transformative science and health innovations, fostering an inclusive ecosystem for groundbreaking research, and strategically investing in technology programs that address emerging priorities. Mossbridge explained that RISE won't conduct research directly, but will serve as a facilitator for studies undertaken by research organizations already existing within and outside the government. Housed within a small office in the Executive Office of the President, possibly within or related to the Office of Science and Technology Policy, RISE will help to facilitate interagency relationships, private-public partnerships, and relationships with academic, nonprofit, and also faith-based institutions focused on edge science and technology projects. Reflecting on the past, RISE advocates have drawn lessons from the 1960s space race. You got to collaborate with Nazis, etc.
Yeah.
Emphasizing the extraordinary achievements made possible through strong executive office leadership. Ultimately, Mossbridge says RISE, once implemented, has the potential to significantly aid in shifting stigmas that have long impeded research in these areas, allowing the U.S. to move forward by facilitating funding and collaborations that explicitly support edge science and technology. Okay, so I love this article because it's all being couched in national security language as to why this is really important, right? This, I mean,
and I like the idea. I love the idea of edge science because I feel like all science is edge science in a way, or it's all supposed to be at the discovering something new,
right? All R&D is edge science, right?
Yeah, but no, what they mean is
this out there shit.
Yeah.
And it's all about confronting China. I mean, you could say that, part of I'm sure the defenders in the subreddit would be they obviously they know their audience and they have to
right.
I forget if this is, I think this is a defense industry kind of based publication. So it's they know their audience, they're trying to get funding like anybody else. So of course they're going to play up the defense angle, but then it's you have decades-long CIA deep state veteran, and then all these other, basically all Pentagon CIA type people. I wouldn't just assume that, they're just so full of love and light that they wouldn't think, that just naturally feel that we need to compete with and dominate China, even in the psi domain, which was the original motivation of the 70s, was to counter the Soviets, and even, I don't know how much I believe the psi gap being the driving force, but I think the Soviets were looking into some of this stuff, and they certainly didn't want to fall behind by not focusing on it. So I don't know, it just put, and then it's okay, this comes out, they're trying to push, I don't know if this ever came to pass, because then Trump came into office a couple months after this, but this is the same, right when the Telepathy Tapes, the scrappy indie, just out of nowhere podcast that features at least one of these people prominently, who then becomes a consultant for the film that she's making. So pretty embedded in the project. This just splashes out across our algorithm, and suddenly all these normies. Okay.
I don't believe Mossbridge was associated with it at that time.
Right. Okay.
She comes on for the film, but yeah.
But it makes you kind of wonder, was all of this just scrappy independent? She just had this idea randomly and started doing it, or was there something from the beginning where she reached out to some of these people? Maybe they were trying to push the RISE initiative, and maybe there's some kind of partnership that was. Now I'm speaking purely speculatively here. Was there maybe a quiet partnership from the very beginning to I could see it go either way. That this comes out and they're oh, this is the perfect PR vehicle to promote what we want to promote anyways. Right. Or you could say, maybe from the beginning there was some kind of collaboration or contact going on that was concealed, as she concealed so many other facts about the series, to present it in a certain type of way, and then kind of launder in, oh, look, this... Dr. Mossbridge just stumbled upon, she opened up her Apple Podcast app one morning and stumbled upon, or, her friend emailed her a link to it and said, she heard a word of mouth, so organic, about this scrappy little podcast, and then decided to reach out and then kind of get involved. I actually do wonder if did Ky Dickens reach out to her first once the thing was a hit, or did Julia Mossbridge kind of hit her up and be wow, I love your work, if that's how it went down, oh, I love your work so much, I'd love to be interviewed by you and contribute to you. Either way, I think the end result is the same, as this is in convergence with like at least certain factions of people promoting edge science within like the national security state in order to bolster American national security, right?
And yeah, Mossbridge recently, her and Medina had a guy from the Department of Energy on their podcast.
Hold on. We're doing a new thing. Did people hear that? I played the MGS alert. Department of Energy, very underrated in susness. Wait, talk about AI?
AI.
Oh,
and
what'd they say?
They talked about how China's conception of AI is to control people. But here in America, our conception of AI is to unleash potential and human potential. So it just makes sense.
Oh, great. And what podcast is this?
This is Mossbridge and Medina's Pandas Playing Cello podcast on YouTube.
Okay. Why is it called that?
Yeah.
I can go into that. It's really like this insider podcast. It's for all these like spooks and creeps and woo-woo people go on their show and they talk for a little while.
Interesting.
The title, it has multiple meanings.
Okay.
Mossbridge sort of describes it as like you see something shocking and unbelievable, like a panda playing cello. You're walking one day, you see it. First, your mind is blown. But if you start seeing it let's say every morning on your way to work, you see this fucking panda, you're going to start to actually interrogate it on its own, as its own. You're going to say, well, is the panda any good at playing cello, as her example? You know, the idea is, you know, looking into what may seem like shocking or bizarre things with an actual eye towards the texture of it. And then
Medina terrible says, allegory, but anyway, yeah, keep going.
Medina says it's like a panda playing cello is like women on YouTube discussing serious issues. It's just unheard of. So that's where their podcast comes in. She has this whole thing about how you go on YouTube and the women are just talking about fashion, you know, makeup, you know. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so it's like misogynistic, like
yeah. So, but it's actually, they're here to really no other women are talking.
They're
about
N-log.
I don't think most people on YouTube are talking about anything of substance. Period. Like I don't think it's really a gender thing, really. But
yeah, all those guy podcasts are really good.
Yeah, talking about serious stuff. Yeah.
But I get it. They're not like the other girls on YouTube.
They're not. Yeah, it's very much. Yeah, we're in the know. We're intelligent. And again, the plebs, the stupid citizens who think they deserve to know anything, although they do talk about overclassification. But still, the idea is if you would just let these wonks who have your best interest at heart guide the ship, then we wouldn't have any problems, you know?
Right.
Yeah, and I guess that dovetails very nicely with like the disclosure media nexus that, you know, it's like, overclassification is...
Yeah, overclassification. Yeah, I mean, all this stuff is basically like state media at this point. And they all like seem to have. I mean, talk about the like the geese thing and like the chaotic. Like they do have like kind of a marketing firm managing them, but it's like it is the government. It is like these agencies that give them like their talking points. Like why did Joe Rogan bring up the fact that like we need to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon in the context of like how we're all going to evolve into grays? It's totally irrelevant, and like the connection is like not really there at all. But like they all like are like obviously this guy has like a bunch of handlers who are like the like Navy SEALs he talks to like all day and night, like the the operators.
His bodyguards are all Navy SEAls.
But yeah, like I mean Sean Ryan, like all these people like they get like they basically like fall into this like circuit which is like totally like managed by, and like someone in the chat, I wish I could scroll back to it, but for some reason I can't reach back that far. But mentioned like 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 plenty of respectable people believe in this, like RFK Jr. Like in a way, like it is interesting. Like you mentioned the kind of turnover in the Trump administration. Like it is interesting to think about like people like kind of portrayed the sort of influence, like the sort of influencer factor in the Trump election as being like about like bro podcasters. But it's interesting to think, like, to what extent is it more accurately described as being about like kind of like new age, like
new age operators?
Yeah, new age opera, because that's really what Joe Rogan like is in large part. Like I get that he's like a dude and he does like MMA or whatever, but like a lot of what he platforms is like this type of stuff, like and so, like it's either
edge
like,
science.
Yeah, edge science, right? Like straight up, like it's either like straight up state media, like bullshit, or like kind of like the Bob Lazar twist on that.
Graham Hancock, pseudo archaeology.
A little bit of like culture war slop, which is like not to be underestimated, but it kind of like in terms of the serious stuff, the real hardcore stuff. It's like this, crazy groundbreaking science, which like a lot of these people are like pushing. And there does seem to be like almost an idea that like it's similar to the psychedelics thing, where there was all this excitement like among like the Mercers and this the group that we were talking about with Symposia, the psychedelic syndicate,
Steve Jurvetson.
Yeah, where they were all like, oh hey, well this is our new chance, right? Like this new administration is coming in and they're actually open-minded about this stuff. They actually get it.
Rick Perry's their big spokesperson these days. Like they got a lot of right-wing allies, and then I think the line's probably kind of blurry, or at least Dickens is making it blurry. Like I listened to part of her episode about psychedelics, one of the only few to have like a disclaimer that like you should consult with your doctor. Also, psychedelics are like federally illegal, and we're definitely not like telling you. She probably felt the heat on that one. Like she didn't want to she couldn't play fast and loose with that one, but it still is. She goes to like meet like an ayahuasquero like down in Peru or something, who talks about the magical healing properties of like ayahuasca journeys and like how it's amazing, and it's just like she just takes like the corporadelic line like as just like, wow, this is amazing, and it like totally works and blah blah blah. So like them and like the UAP people, like they're all kind of on the same page about all this phenomena, and it feels like they're kind of urging like, yeah, I guess more disclosure or like more legalization of various things, but it's still going to be like regulated, but like they're going to be the ones that get to articulate how it's regulated and controlled, and like who profits from it, and like what kind of direction it pushes people towards, like, which tends to be a kind of like psychedelic imperialist, like brain fried direction. I don't know, or like a new Gaia AI religion or something.
And it is kind of interesting how new Gaia AI religion, certainly I'm not saying that there's really an opposition in this country, or that they haven't also thrown their lot in with these things, but it is interesting how all these kind of love and light people, again, there's no real opposition, so I'm not saying that the Democrats or whoever, the liberal bloc, insofar as it exists in the U.S., is against this stuff, because it's not. But certainly they do see their interests being served more by fascism, basically. They've kind of thrown their lot in with these people who are more enthusiastic about their ideas, despite believing in the kind of cleansing the world with love or whatever. Really, they believe in cleansing the world in a different kind of way with fire.
Holy fire.
That's
kind of the long Esalen mission of getting everybody in the love and light new age community to just kind of be blank and non-reactive and non-oppositional to the crimes of U.S. imperialism has it's really paying off right now. They've managed to engineer a sort of counterculture where you can totally those two things can coexist without any very little cognitive dissonance. Of it's all about good vibes, man. And then you try to bring up something, it's whoa, man, it's low vibrational to demonize the IDF like that, man. You gotta reach out to them and use love. Love conquers everything. But
There's a really good example from the podcast, because I don't know if you've seen Heidi Rachel Brown. She's on TikTok. She's on Twitter. She's someone who worked with one of the parents from season 1 for a time, worked on that parent's own podcast, separate from the Telepathy Tapes, for a while, and then was fired for asking a difficult question about, where does Gaza fit into this love and light language when someone is talking about loving Israel and wanting to go there after all the trouble's done, And by her telling, she was not blowing up about it. She just asked, a difficult question, and then she was canned from that project. And we've spoken a little bit. She's talked a lot on her TikTok just about her experience and about her idea of the Telepathy Tapes as controlled disclosure. The idea is we're gonna bring this out in a managed way, and so that right there, that's another Israel connection around the back door. So just asking. All this love and light language and all this crap about, we're so enlightened and it's all so beautiful. Yeah, what about genocide? Where does that fit in? Where does that fit in?
Yeah, even our warmongering government right now, they don't. I'm not seeing too many love and light people being stop the war. Like,
well, that's the thing about, like, I mean, people know I'm religious, but obviously, like, I think, like, there's a lot that is negotiated in the domain of religious ideas. Like, that's why, why I'm religious, because I think, like, religion is quite profound and contains, like, many nuances, and is really, like, an important thing to understand in order to understand the vicissitudes of human life. And certainly, like, it has, like, religious belief and, like, religious conviction has, like, very dark potentialities, and you see that as, like, in the same way that it has, like, the highest potentialities for human beings, right? It also has the I think maybe even Belram would agree with me about this, or Berland. Sorry, I don't know why I keep mixing up those two letters, but anyway, yeah. So I think, like, there is this sort of tendency that we've noticed, like, in a lot of these domains, like, that we've talking about as interconnected, like psychedelics, like UFO disclosure, like, where it's very, like, as Dimitri said before, like, totalizing. It's very, like, only this matters, right? Like, if we can just get this medicine out, if we can just get this medicine, it'll fix everything.
Yeah.
It'll fix the whole world. So, like, everything is justified if we can get the medicine legalized. Like, everything is just, like, if we can get these autistic people to, like, teach us about the hill and, like, this world that they've seen, like, and basically bring about bring forth the Messiah, then, like, anything is justified for that, right? Like,
and everything else is kind of a distraction.
Exactly.
The
so, like,
rising inequality, war, genocide.
When you're over something silly like, genocide and, like, massacring an entire people, you're actually kind of low vibrational. You're distracting from what's really important, which is that, like, we need Israel as, like, a lab to help with these psychedelics, and, like, they're so progressive, and they have these great music festivals about peace, and, like, they have these great centers where they're working with autistic kids and teaching them about, the importance of the serpent, like, so yeah. That's sus.
It's pretty sus.
That ties in also the new age narcissism that I see so frequently in new age thought, where you're talking about the universe and connection and love, but you're navel gazing. It's all about you, it's all about self-help, and so you're not doing the work, it's not about community and connection. It's just they're very limited, blinders on, just me. And again, even the way it kind of folds into LARP and ARG, where it's just you listen to the telepathy tapes, you feel inspired. What do you do with it? I mean, some people say they want to learn how to be a facilitator for facilitated spelling, which God help us. But it is kind of, and it's Ky Dickens is offering answers now in this difficult time. She is saying, this will fix stuff. We need to appreciate the hill, the people on the hill, the kids on the hill, and we need to understand that facilitated spelling is good and it works, and that they're telepathic. But they're not answers that can lead anywhere besides, enriching Ky Dickens.
Right. You can almost look at, like, the topics that she's covered in season 2, that great grab bag of kind of woo-woo ideas, because kind of, there's limitations to this sort of, like, telepathy narrative, in that, like, if you don't know any nonverbal autistic children, if you don't have one, it could be kind of, like, hard, like, where can you chip in, and like join the fight to, like, blah blah blah. That's like a small population of, like, parents or teachers or whatever, but then it's like, she builds up all this excitement over, like, everything we've been taught is, like, not how reality it really is, and consciousness and love is everything. And then season 2, it's like, here's a big buffet of, like, woo-woo ideas. Like, take your pick. Do you want to talk to plants? Do you want to do ayahuasca? Do you want to, like, get obsessed with NDEs? Like, all of it's there. Yeah. Do you want to put the little blindfold on?
I think it's really worth underscoring, like, just to, really, like, stress the point that, like, all of the elements of this, like facilitated communication, like the, the metempsychosis, like the special, like, universe that can be perceived on, like the fact that every autistic person has these abilities, like the actual people themselves involved, like who are highlighted by the telepathy tapes, who are spotlighted by it, like they have their roots in like apocalyptic ultra orthodox sex cult, like that, like, yeah, like, hello, like that's nuts. That's nuts. Like,
yeah, and
I mean,
And the one in
fair,
Israel.
yeah,
I was thinking of Esalen, apocalyptic cycle. And there's people in Israel too.
Right.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah. To be fair, yeah, that's just one nexus of this whole thing. Because you have that, and you have like Johnny Come Lately, Joe and Franco hopping on board with it because it fits his eschatology.
Mm-hmm.
You have some of the families are very religious in separate ways. One of the non-speakers, he likes Trump, then he doesn't like Trump, buyer's remorse. He voted for him, but then he's like, oh, whoops, I hate this guy. But he also says non-believers are going to hell. Again, the whole love and light language that Ky Dickens says is what it's all about. Yeah, and just quibbling, just so we don't put everybody under the Berland sex cult, death cult, apocalypse cult.
Yeah. They've assembled a few different flavors.
I'm not saying that they all belong to it. I'm simply saying that it is like, in terms of like an institutional genealogy and like an ideological genealogy, it is crazy that like it does seem to emerge, like so much of it seems to emerge from that, like just in terms of the like specifics. Like as you say, like is it kind of like a Johnny Come Lately thing, and like all sorts of people have like kind of a mysticism around autism, but it is like. There's a weird correspondence between like the specific beliefs of that group and the specific the whole the use of facilitated communication, like all these things, like and of course,
like Euphoria season 1 was made in Israel, and then they ported it over to be relaunched on a larger scale, as in its American version.
I'm trying to think of like a better analogy. Like,
I think it fits perfectly. Or Homeland, another sus
product. I'm trying to think of an analogy with like well, I'm trying to think of like the point about like that people who like come into the orbit of this thing might not even have knowledge.
Oh yeah, because it's kind of been hidden from them in the series,
right? And exactly, and they might not, or even or they might not be associated with, and they might not agree with it, right?
Yeah.
So it's like kind of So I'm trying to think of like an example that is like a network or an organization or a religion or something like that, but
something with like very sus roots that like you might want to know about if you join this group that just seems like magical, and then
yoga's not a bad example, or right, or even like Wicca, something like that. Like not all Wiccans are like this, but if you like Gerald Gardner's a bit sus, and like that, even that has like its roots kind of in the OTO, and Aleister Crowley is very, but that doesn't mean that like every Wiccan is necessarily sus, or or go with psytrance, not everyone who is interested in psytrance necessarily is.
They don't know about the Israeli tourist, Hare Krishna connection.
Everyone who is like interested in the telepathy tapes or is involved in it is sus. And everyone who's interested in Go with Psytrance is, a major player in it, probably is kind of sus, but it doesn't mean that they have like the deep roots in like, this is like kind of like an Israeli cultural psyop or something, That's the best analogy I can come up with, but I don't know. I think I've made my point.
Spiritual Israeliness is occulted in a way. Yeah. Uri Geller. Yeah, Uri Geller. He's just a guy. Yeah, everyone who did spoon bending parties in the 70s and just thought, wow, that's cool. Like, it's like, wow.
That's because Dean Radin sent that photo of the spoon he bent to Jeffrey Epstein in an email. He said, check out this holy shit spoon I bent.
Oh, I'd forgotten Dean Radin knew Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, he interfaced with him for a little bit. Yeah,
that
doesn't. 2016.
Wow. Okay.
Long after it was.
Right. That doesn't surprise me at all that he was he was hanging out with the Ions bigwigs.
But then another thing, talk about Uri Geller. Another way that Ky Dickens is just such a poor presenter of information to her audience. She brings up Uri Geller at one point in one of the season 2 episodes, I believe.
Yeah.
And she says this really weird thing, which has stuck with me. She goes, Uri Geller, who, by the way, was not known as a magician when he was investigated for psi abilities. She says it she makes this really weird claim she says that to her audience. He became known as a magician afterwards, which is really wrong. And also, why I don't think she respects her audience and trusts them to even process information. Because when you go back to the people who think Uri Geller is legit, they say, yeah, he's a magician who can do real
right,
stuff,
he can just do real magic. Like,
so I don't know why you have to make up this weird fake, wrong thing to say to people that, oh, well, he wasn't known as a magician. She's trying to make him sound more, reliable.
Like
I guess,
steelman his credibility.
Yeah, but she's doing it by just bullshitting. And she, I wonder how many times she's done something like that. It's that thing that Michael Crichton used to say, where you read the paper, you read one article about a subject you know about, and you realize they don't know anything about it. Then you turn the page and you read all the other articles and just trust what they're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she has a track record. Somebody said it's like in our search for metaphors, like it's like volunteering at the Best Friends Animal Society in Utah. That's a really good example. Like, wow, they're so great. Like it's like, if only you knew what this group started out as. The Process Church of the Final Judgment. It's like, it might make you go yikes a little bit. Yikes. Yeah, but many such things, people, little groups shapeshift and rebrand, and, I think they're always trying to find a way to sell some of this woo-woo stuff in a way that is, like, beneficial for the empire.
Yeah, and I'm not even saying that, like, one is the other in disguise. I'm just saying that, like, its origins in a group like that has beliefs of that kind, like, which are, like, truly, like, some of the most, like, one side of it, the kind of like Jewish messianism, obviously is having, like, extreme consequences for humanity right now on the world stage, right? And this is something that, Christianity, like, naturally, like, certainly American evangelical Christianity, naturally kind of can sort of work with and dovetail with easily. And the other one is, this, like, bizarre, like, like sexual abuse justifying mysticism, like those two, like, ideas, to, like, anything that, like, is kind of coming out of a group, like, align with that is, like, that's not irrelevant. That's actually kind
especially when Deepak Chopra is, like, forwarding shit to Epstein about, like, we gotta invest it, we gotta like, we gotta put some money into this. This is so interesting, and it's like, oh shit, like. Another name I just wanted to clock that gave me a little, in the in the first season, was she mentions, like, it casually, like, in the 1950s, researcher Andrea Puharich, like, tested ESP children, and he found it to be blah blah blah, and then just, like, moves on, and it's like, are you really not going to explain who Andrea Puharich was? Or, like, what he, like, the nature of his, I think maybe she didn't want to get into the whole channeling thing with the 9 and like, the groups at Esalen where he's, like, channeling messages from ETs, because that might look a little, it might make this spelling thing look a little bit like channeling, and then, oops, we don't want to make that comparison. So she just kind of throws it in. It's like, oh, just another data point of, like, this has been verified by serious scientists. Like, Puharich? Like, are you fucking kidding me? So I thought that was, like, that was a little much, just to slide that. And, it's like the normie, she does have a low opinion, I think, of her audience, because it's like, oh yeah, by me not drawing attention to it, like, either in my affect or just, like, spending a minute talking about this guy, it kind of signals to, like, just a normie who's not, like, noided that, like, oh, okay, just a guy with a name. Okay, moving on.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
That is a huge thing with them. They really don't want their audience thinking about anything they're telling them. They tell them, facilitate communication is fine. First, they tell them modern spelling isn't facilitate communication. Then they tell them, but facilitate communication is fine. Then they have, after season 1, they have a fake skeptic. They have this Becca Kramer person come on and say, well, I tried to debunk the telepathy.
They love that move. Yeah.
I just couldn't. It's so true. So they don't actually go through and present a real strong argument for it, but they're touching base, and they know their audience is going to go, well, they said they took care of it. I've even, when this first came out, I was talking to people, and people were like, it's not facilitated communication. Ky says it isn't. She explains how it isn't. And I'm like, but she's lying. That's why. And if you actually watch the videos, which I made myself do, you realize how badly she's lying. But a lot of people just take it, they trust that the podcast host is being honest.
They really do. It's a powerful medium in that regard, where if you get somebody that has the seething conviction of the huckster, then, like, if she puts on that voice, that that concerned and pure voice, about these kids. If only we could open up to love and light, then maybe, and you're just, like, driving around the car, going to the grocery store, and you're just getting emotionally sucked into it. And, like, it's like they're They're playing this kind of emotional manipulation game and constructing this narrative and making it all seem just so wonderful and organic, like serendipitous, almost synchronistic in, like what in this messed up world, what if like love was the ultimate force? In blah, blah, blah. And like consciousness is eternal. And every time you die, it's actually beautiful because like you go to the hill and frolic with the children or something. And it's just like, it's fucking sus.
Anesthetizing.
Yeah. It does nothing good for even digging into what I think is still an interesting field to me in terms of the question of like, ESP, sci, remote viewing, whatever. I can't like 100% be like it's all just like made up bullshit to like psyop us or whatever.
I think it's not. Like I mean, things like shared dreaming, like I could consider those things to be possible, but like at the same time, like this is not just like even things that like on the show before we've said to be careful with, like channeling, or even something like going down the rabbit hole of like thinking that an AI is sentient or something like this. This is truly like harmful because like these like kids like can't advocate for themselves and are being like manipulated and exploited in a horrible way. Like it's
like I have no mouth and I must scream, but like it's really creepy when you think about people projecting, like attributing words to somebody who's kind of trapped like in their body and can't actually communicate like what they're feeling, to have somebody else be like, I know what he's saying, blah 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 blah. Like he's in love with me and wants to have sex with me. Like the fuck? Like obviously ripe for abuse. And also like facilitated communication kind of on the other end too. It got in a lot. There were news stories and court cases in the 90s, right, Jerry, where
still ongoing actually. There's
really
still cases come out still to this day.
Wow.
If you're gonna of the false sexual abuse allegations.
Right.
Yeah, it was steamroll you because I'm like,
It is kind of wild, but it is kind of wild that given the like the idiomotor effect or something, that if you think, oh, it's not them saying it really, that they would, I don't know, maybe it's when they're working with a different facilitator, then they'll make accusations against like a third party who's like not there or something.
Sometimes they're working with a paid facilitator. Sometimes it's one parent against the other, and there was one fairly recently within the last couple of years where the family ended up divorcing. No, the parents divorced. The father finally got vindicated, at least to the point where he was found not guilty, or they dropped the case is what it was. Because instead of testing the facilitated communication in court, they just drop the case, which happens a lot. That also happens when parents sue school districts to have facilitated spelling used in school. And the school says, we're not going to do that. So the parents sue. And a lot of the time it goes right up to when they're about to test it in court. And then the parents will settle because it doesn't pass the tests. But modern facilitated spelling people say the tests are ableist. They have excuses and reasons why that those tests don't matter. The stuff that shows it doesn't work, don't pay attention to that.
It's all lies.
I mean, it's the same thing with like Uri Geller's psychic abilities, that like it doesn't. And like, are there like, can you see the future? Like, but like, I could see it being true that like someone might have the ability of clairvoyance, but like if you exploit it like for a reality show or for like selfish purposes, but this is like totally different situation, like we're talking about like the it's not like a matter of like just a James Randi-esque interest in like whether this is testable or whatever. We're talking about like it's not even a matter of like these are people who need to be treated like as they are, and they need to be like that's the thing, like everyone like can communicate to an extent, obviously some people have limitations, but everyone can kind of communicate and they can kind of express their needs, and you can kind of have a relationship with, I think, I knew someone who had a sister who was like severely disabled in this way, and she felt strongly that she was able to have a relationship, with her sister, and that her whole family was, and they, they loved her and like they had a relationship with her. but it wasn't based on like a lie that like she was like, living in some kind of psychic plane, or like a false idea of who she was, right? Like you can't have a relationship based on that. It wasn't based on like this kind of wishful thinking and like this facilitated communication, like channeling stuff, and like, like I think it's quite spiritually dark, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like it's in the same way that like for the same reason like Aleister Crowley cautioned against the use of Ouija boards. Like think about like, if all these people are so woo woo and so spiritual, like you're basically using a Ouija board and you think that like you're talking to your kid. Like what are you really talking to? Think about it. Just saying.
Or it's like going back to my initial like gut feeling about it. It has a lot of similarities to like if like you have a child that like goes into a coma or even like dies or something, and you create like an LLM that has their personality, and then like you talk to them and kind of believe that it really is like them. It's got a similar. It is very dark because then your capacity, like it's not really them. Like that's not what's communicating. It's an imposter that you've kind of like you've summoned kind of to like pretend to be that, like to be speaking for that person, which is, if the person's alive, that's bad for the person. If they're either way, it's not really good for you, the person doing it, because you're kind of participating in a thing where you're kind of like psyoping yourself.
And if someone has special needs, like they need to be treated like someone with special needs and not like a secret psychic genius, like that's right. Not to say that like, I don't really like love these like hierarchizations of intelligence or like kind of this like like this Epstein sort of ideology of like what matters is like who's the most intelligent, and like if you're mediocre, then you can just die, like that type. Like I don't like believe. I think that's like one of the most pernicious but widespread like types of kind of like hierarchy and like supremacism that people believe in is like across the board. Like the smartest. It's like Aaron Sorkin, but then also on the other side like the kind of IQ people. Like it's a universal thing of like like you're dumb. Like so I find that to be like very gross in many ways, but like the fact is if someone has like special needs, like thinking that they are like actually levitating and that they like know the Akashic records and stuff like that, like it's just not like helpful or it doesn't actually address their needs, and it can cause a disconnect between like what their actual needs are and how they're being treated, and that is, I think, abusive inherently.
Right. To attribute their desires to like the words that are quote unquote spelled rather than in some cases what they can verbalize, like no, I don't want, like stop, I don't want to, and like disregarding that and saying and then, attributing it to the devil or something when really like they are acting like the devil. They are this is like it's one of those things, like again the Robert Monroe thing of like I don't want to make it out like we're constantly glazing the Catholic Church because we were complimenting them recently for their anti-war stance, but like they did learn over like the course of history that like there have been many people who like died in the process of exorcism and things like this, right? That this is like a very dangerous thing to do, and now like they have protocols like, these, for it. Like very stringent protocols, right? Not saying that like it's still that they're perfect or whatever. I'm just saying that like they are more stringent than these protocols by far. What they basically are doing is a kind of like the same way that like in the past people who are neurodivergent might be treated as being demonically possessed or saints or something like this, like or angelically channeled, right? They're doing the exact same thing, but they don't have like the actual like stringent protocols or the sort of a wisdom of those like centuries of experience, because this is the thing of the New Age. They just threw that all out. It's the New Age, and what's really important is like our views and like how we can, whether we can bomb Iran and the red heifers, et cetera, not change anything about our Treat-Lorite empire. I mean, I have to say, like I have some kind of like compassion for like the parents of these children who get kind of sucked into this. Like I totally understand like the desire to want to like be able to like quote unquote communicate like with your nonverbal child, and like it's a very comforting thing, right? To like believe that this is like real. Like you can see the allure of it for a kind of parent that has to confront this whatever. But I don't have a lot of like grace for like somebody that makes a fucking podcast that like pumps up all these people's delusions and amps them up to like 1,000 and then makes like tons of money and like builds an entire career off of it while like selectively hiding anything and like diluting her entire audience and like disrespecting them and then partnering with a bunch of CIA sus like MK Ultra fucking Epstein associate sus lords to make it seem like it's totally love and light, and that like some people hiding that some people involved in this research are literally like Epstein eugenicist like pedophile freak like sickos. Doing all of that, and I don't have a lot of grace for that. That's pretty fucked up, actually. Like it's pretty bad. That's a pretty bad thing to do. I get it's just media. We all got to make it, right? But like, I don't know.
That right there too is the defense. Sometimes, if in the subreddit, for example, things get too heated with criticism, a mod will step in and say, "Hey, she didn't say she scientifically proved all this, even though she does. Ky Dickens totally does make that claim, but." The defense goes back to, well, it's just a podcast, okay? That's research is going on to prove it, but this is just an entertainment podcast. It's very Mon Bailey, whatever you want to call it, going back and forth between this proves it without a doubt and we need to believe it. And then if you pick it apart, it's, oh, well, hey, it's just a podcast, man.
The people that parasocially worship podcasts like a cult member the hardest are always the first ones to say it's just a podcast. You need to chill out. You need to chill out every time. Every time.
Why do you hate it so bad? That's suspicious. You're very suspicious that you're.
Exactly. You're actually the Fed.
This popped up organically on my feed. I have a special relationship with it. It wasn't totally fed to me by chaotic good media.
I did buy the hat, and the merch and
legalized spelling. Oh yeah,
legalized spelling.
It's so sus. Like people gotta have standards.
Yeah, but, I mean, if these people get their way, we're gonna have like legal like MDMA, facilitated therapy that also has like your facilitated communication with, the ancestral spirits that you're channeling.
Yeah,
during
Akashic
your
record.
MDMA therapy.
You'll have a menu. Do you want to consult the Akashic record? Do you want to do past life hypnotic regression? Do you want to talk to your deceased ancestors? And
if you have a psychotic break from too much ayahuasca, then actually, they'll facilitate communication with you, and you'll tell everyone that actually you're on the hill and it's fine and it's great.
You're doing fine.
Yeah,
and you'll be like, you.
You're actually you're 10 feet tall. You're the king of the machine elves, and it's awesome. And everyone should do more psychedelics. And then you'll get an ad in the LLM generated text for Compass Pathways.
The ads now in the telepathy tapes are fucking awful.
I saw you guys are pointing that out when you were Tanner and Emily,
so
10 sponsors like per episode. It's like kind of crazy. It's like olive oil sheets, like like discount codes for everything. It's like what a scrappy podcast. And
when she started she said, oh, we're only going to do ad reads for things we stand behind, blah blah blah. Now it's every single you watch an episode. And now they're doing more video episodes where they're actually in the studio, like getting videoed. And she'll cut to her ad read and she'll be like, it'll be an ad for bras or something. And it'll just, sometimes I swear to God, they cut it right in the middle of a mother discussing her child dying.
Wow. Yeah.
Ad about bras or something where, Ky Dickens is like, in this crazy mixed up world, it's good to have natural blah, blah, blah. That's why I support this brand. And you can get a 5% discount if you use the code, Telepathy Tapes on their website. And
advertisers pay for that because it has that like authoritative transference, like that hypnotic quality, especially when you slide it in that almost like imperceptible where you just switch imperceptibly to talking about like Brooklyn and sheets or like whatever, like at 3 p.m. I get a little hungry for a snack, or just whatever the fuck she does, and then you just kind of like you're already like zone. I mean, I guess that was always the philosophy with TV commercials is it kind of like hypnotically entrances you in a subtle way, like in a low level way, and then boom, cut to commercial, and then
it's much more effective, I think, than TV ads though, because the creator will like weave in whatever whatever they're talking about. I don't know if the Telepathy Tapes like, well, if
the
your
only
child
thing
dies, you're gonna want a bra, but
yeah, the only real parallel on TV I can think of, and this used to piss me off to no end, is like back when Mad Men was originally still airing, but it was in the later seasons. All of the main actors had signed really lucrative advertising contracts to do commercials during Mad Men, and it's like maybe if it wasn't a show about making ads, it wouldn't be as like annoying. But it's like, oh, scene where like Roger and Don Draper are talking, and then immediately cut to like Roger walking through the desert, like, I love the Lincoln MKZ, but he's like acting, he's doing the character of Roger in the commercial, or like Don Draper's like driving in a Mercedes, like, elegance is about blah blah blah, and it's like, this is fucking like, that had the opposite effect on me of like, this is fucking taking me out of the show and making me resent the advertisement.
But we're self-aware about it, so that covers all sins, basically.
Right? But I think because podcasts are like, you're not playing, you're there's not like, oh, you're acting is like a
it's
whatever.
It's full intimacy. It's you and the listener, and you're talking to the listener, and then you go right on, right into, well, I really think, it's all natural, and I love this product, and
super male vitality.
That was the thing.
Methyl blue.
The goop and the brain force pills having the same ingredients.
Oh yeah,
branding. It was
you probably made it the same factory, like it's just it's all the same stuff.
God, remember when Paul Joseph Watson said, well, there's soy in there. Yeah, there's soy in there, but that's only to prevent it from making your brain too powerful. That was the whole thing.
That's great.
Soy boys.
That's great. Yeah.
Oh,
you need why not just like leave out some of the brain enhancing ingredients?
That's just to prevent your brain.
They had to dial it down. You'd be too locked in.
It's pretty funny. That's really great. Oh man.
Oh my god.
That's awesome. That's epic.
I remember that one.
That's great.
There's some good ad reads.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, we still haven't found the right ad read for us. We
still waiting. Still waiting.
Yeah, if any, we need the right pitch from our loyal subscribers come to us for a product that we truly believe in. But
so far nobody.
So far, no one. I mean, I can't imagine. Like, I listen to some like podcasts, like, or try to listen to some podcasts. Like, I think it's definitely gotten worse. Like the profusion of ads, they're just constant. It's really become like cable. Like you're trying to like listen to a podcast, like you can never, rest assured, SJ will never actually do that.
But the Telepathy Tapes has, if you sign up for their Supercast, which is like $10 a month, so it's not that bad, you can have ad-free episodes. If you sign up for the exclusive.
That's one approach.
Sort of browbeating, like kind of torture strategy to get you to sign up for premium.
And you get access to the paid Discord, and you get access to bonus videos and things. The Discord is fucking dead.
Really?
Because they don't know how to make a community. So people come in, there's a lot of people in there, but discussions just don't, someone will post something and get nothing, and in fact, this was what we talked about, me and Tanner and Emily, a little bit. There's like people in there having mental health crises. Like some guy was saying he was schizophrenic, crying out for help, and he just got like thumbs up emoji.
Oh man.
I don't know if the mods ever stepped in. I don't know behind the scenes, but they definitely didn't say anything, in the channel.
That's kind of, that's interesting to me because from what I understand, I think for maybe like, some of your threads are from the with Tanner and Emily, like it seems to me that the two Reddits, because isn't there like Telepathy Tapes and Telepathy Tapes that were both apparently started just by like big fans of it, like it seems to be that's a very vibrant community, and it's also policed by mods, and like there's there's a lot of like pushback if you kind of like if you slide in there and you start like criticizing it or questioning it, like the mods will kind of like come in, and it sounds like more the action is there than on like the paywalled Discord, which seems a little like funny to me that like I don't know, like if it was organic and you do have these like big super fans that maybe it's just because they didn't put any effort into the Discord, but
I don't think they did, because Ky never stops by. She's very hands off.
Right.
It's just down to like, again, I think volunteer mods, and the thing about the Reddit, it's more active, but the most active they've been is when someone posted a big debunking video recently from the like skeptical debunker channel, Professor Dave.
Mm-hmm.
They posted this big debunking video about the series, and that got more comments than anything they've been posting for months and months and months and months. And then the Telepathy Tapes brand did a DMCA on that video on YouTube, so it's off YouTube right now.
Right. Was that there was a Zaid Jalani article about that, about how they?
No, that was about what they tried before. They did it before
Okay.
too. They did it to Janice Boynton, who's a former facilitator who went through a court case, realized facilitated communication doesn't work, and now she's an anti-facilitation communication activist and communicator. She runs facilitatedcommunication.org is the website. It's like a clearinghouse for information about it. She has a very, I'm just saying, she has a small channel where she started posting telepathy tapes, very short, fair use clips to analyze the test videos. And she would say, look, here's where they're lying to you, basically, or here's how facilitated communication works. The telepathy tapes DMCA'd one of her videos, but they screwed up their request so badly, because they said, like, she used like 16 seconds of it, and they said, well, she used 1 minute and 30 seconds of it.
Wow.
But the whole clip that she was taking it from was only like 45 seconds long. So they totally fucked up all their math. They didn't even get the, the data right, or the, on what she was doing. And then she got a lawyer, and she responded that, this is fair use. And so they had 10 days to escalate, and they dropped it, because, that's how it works on YouTube. They have to respond. So they didn't respond, so the video went back up.
Wow.
And so we're still in that weird timeline now, I think, for this Professor Dave video, where we're going to see if it goes back up or not. And I really think they put their dick in a hornet's nest there, because that guy, he's a very confrontational figure. He likes to he likes to debunk creationists, debunk science, debunk debunk pseudoscience.
Yeah.
So that's like setting up, unless that's what you want, unless
this is engagement bait, to stir up. Bait. Maybe it's flagging a little bit. They need to whip people up. I mean, were a lot of the comments on the subreddit with that video, like, were they like, this sucks, shut the fuck up, or were they like, wow, good point?
Well, there was a lot of back and forth, and a lot of it was like, oh, he's a materialist and he doesn't understand, or Ky Dickens said it wasn't facilitated communication, and he's not doing. Yeah, a lot of people in denial, but a lot of people coming in and being like, yeah, this is bullshit, man. He's right. You guys are full of shit.
Yeah.
What happened though? There's a couple comments right after it got DMCA'd of people being like, ooh, that's a bad look, and
yeah, it's usually not a good look to get to go for the litigious option right away. Yeah. I just wonder sometimes, it's like, if there's more of a organized market, like stochastic marketing strategy, it seems like setting up, like focusing on the organic, totally unaffiliated, random subreddit that becomes the kind of the unofficial, gathering point, might be something they want to like cultivate, but like not make it look like they're cultivating. Whereas the official Discord is like, they kind of own that, so it's like less.
You paid your money, so they don't really feel any.
There's no added benefit to keeping people on the Discord, and people can come across if it's modded in a way that it still ends up. It's like Chaotic Good Media said: for every 100 bad comments, there's going to be 200 good ones. Positive ones about it. That maybe and a little back and forth is good for engagement. It bumps you up in the algorithm, like. That
it looks like we're above board,
We're just organic and random. These people just are so inspired that they decided to create this subreddit. And there's random total people who aren't bots that are commenting all the time. And, it creates...
My day job... This is a post from the Telepathy Tapes subreddit. My day job involves me working with nonverbal autistic children. How can I tune into their telepathy to better understand what they want to communicate?
That's a post on there?
Yes. Did that get many responses, or?
It got a few. The first thing you have to do is be pure. I know that sounds ridiculous. I don't know. But make sure that you honor truth. Come from a place of deep unconditional love, and I mean it. Not just like, yeah, I think I do. Like, really, love yourself so wholly and fully. If you're not there yet, then do shadow work, meditate, and lots of self-care. Then you can attempt more after.
I like that love yourself is like the critical thing. Like don't like have like unconditional love for like other people or like children.
What's very funny
it's
is
like
that
yourself.
that there's multiple replies, at least 3 that I've seen saying gateway tapes of the Monroe Institute.
Oh my God! It's a similar reaction. Like
Yeah.
at some people's coverage of the Monroe Institute recently, you can probably find it, but some people did some deep dives into it. Yeah, I think that Otherworld podcast did like a 3-part, incredibly deep dive. 55-minute episodes.
Was it critical, or was it kind of like
it got into the it brought up like the Loosh thing, and then it talked about like the CIA and like defense contractor kind of involvement in Project Stargate, but its ultimate conclusion, which I found I found a little bit what's the word for it? Yeah, that it was
what?
I played the Metal Gear Solid alert again.
Okay.
That they said what it looks like happened is that there are some like real heads, like real New Age heads that for whatever reason like really believe they got results out of like doing the gateway tapes and the Hemisync and believed Robert Monroe and especially like one of the majors, I forget what his name was, that was sent to like do it and write a report on it. Like he became a true believer in it, and some other people in the CIA and the military, like kind of lower level officers, like really thought it was like epic, and they conned their superior officers.
Oh yeah,
by kind of overblowing like the defense
Right.
applicability of these things and how important and epic.
Yeah, so.
It
right,
is.
we had done our episode after this, or is it?
Oh yeah, this is from like a year. This is from like a year or two ago when they did it.
Yeah, okay.
And
because I remember talking about this like idea that like
right.
the CIA were just swindled by the epic New Age people.
And
right?
and they ended with a kind of, you got to hand it to them, kind of cool.
Yeah,
like it's kind of epic that these one-shotted like majors and colonels tricked their like old ass like crew cut general superiors into funneling millions of dollars because they genuinely believed in like the astral plane and like the wondrous possibilities for blah blah blah. So they it's like not very sus, like pretty much cool, and like we should be happy. We should be tickled that like the deep state, it was kind of like a little a little bumbling deep state with a side of like psychedelic puckery. Like
we address the truthfulness of this idea and whether it is actually factual.
Right. Given that they've had a resurgence in popularity in the last 5 years and now are like normalizing people going on these retreats and still doing CIA shit.
One of the mods on the subreddit is also a mod on the Gateway Tapes Reddit, and is always, and might even be one of the responses, Khalid, that you saw, is always pushing the Gateway Tapes, and is also like a mod on a bunch of UFO high strangeness subreddits, sort of making this circular narrative thing. And then a lot of the people featured, especially the season 2 people, are all people with like, they have getaways, they have conventions you can go to, they have wilderness getaways you can go to. So yeah.
This is interesting. I didn't quite pick up on this. I admittedly didn't listen to the entire Telepathy Tapes, as I think you guys did, but I just read through the transcripts. But this person in the chat, ZFCBRM, says, TTT really pushes the idea that only pure people can do telepathy. Sarah Crosby replies, exactly. And Ky will say, you have to clean up your thoughts, as that is an entirely scary sounding mind control-y. I mean, obviously like being pure is like a important thing in like a lot of like spiritual systems, but it does have that weird, it does kind of make me think a little bit of the sort of mysticism described in that Haaretz article, where like it is a little bit unusual for like a new age idea, like the focus on purity, kind of like as we were talking about like not too long ago in our in many of our episodes, but like it's kind of even connected to what we're talking about in Ramparts, where like purity, like moral purity, is like kind of not like a very popular like new age idea, right? Like new age is all about power and like self-fulfillment and following your bliss. The idea that there are requirements and sacrifices necessary in order to be able to access these powers on a moral level is like not very, it's a bit strange. Maybe it speaks to kind of the unusual kind of eclectic origins of some of this stuff in like more traditional or less new agey forms of, I guess in some ways Hasidism is, you could call it new age somewhat, but not quite in the same way that a lot of this stuff is.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. It is not usually emphasized in those terms, being pure. Like sometimes it's like, oh, you have to like they have different kind
of
words.
What they mean might be that like they, you
brain.
need to not question I mean, I guess it might be the type of purity that, again, you have in that Haaretz article where like, do not doubt the tzaddik, do not question this. That might be as far as it goes, but it is a bit strange.
That's right. She also says, Ky Dickens also says, you can't be telepathic if you lie. So that was part of that too, the purity thing. Which sets it up.
Telepathic if you lie.
Yeah,
well, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
well,
there you go. Because then, they might be lying. Right. Yeah.
And to date, has she engaged in telepathy herself?
No, and
interesting.
She does say sometimes that like, the non-speakers have put like a protective bubble around her to like keep her, neutral and like make sure she's the good steward for this. And she's also in season 2, she went and she did this mind sight training to become a teacher of this blindfold reading. And I don't recall if she says how it worked out, if she can actually do it or not. Because the idea is you put the blindfold on and you just do this. I'm just gonna do it. You fucking do like this basically, except harder to see.
I see.
But you get it a
for
little.
the audio listeners, yes, you're putting a blindfold on your head. Okay, I got it. Yeah,
slightly askance, so you can kind of see.
It slightly, it's the oldest magician's trick in the book, and then you can read stuff, and you literally have to go like this. You tilt your head back and down your nose, and you say, "Oh, I can read," and some people are impressed by that.
It's funny to be like, I want to be able to do that. Like, that's going to be so satisfying when I can trick people into thinking.
I taught myself how to do it. It's very simple.
It's crazy to imagine that someone might trick themselves and think that they're like having some kind of special sense, like when they can see through the bottom of a blindfold.
So that is part of like the training that I understand. It's like very like self-hypnosis, weird, like the way they do. And some of these trainings cost thousands of dollars, by the way. You put it on and they just tell you, look for the windows, look for the windows. It might seem like some light is coming through, but that's your mind powering up.
Right.
So, and because there's a couple of different grifters associated with the telepathy tapes who do this specific act. And there's one, Dahlia Burgoyne, who's associated with Diane Hennessy Powell, the season 1 scientist, who, a sense, she split from the telepathy tapes brand. They had some kind of falling out that we don't know about. And now there's just it's just this to me to focus. This is such an obvious, just a tell.
They're rubbing in our faces, folks.
Yeah, there's something deeply ironic about the idea that the non-speakers have put a psychic bubble around me so that I am impartial, to make sure that I'm not being too credulous about anything. Thankfully, the non-speakers have used their telepathic powers to put me in a bubble.
Yes. They had a meeting at the Hill. They had a production meeting. They're actually executive producers of the Telepathy Tapes now. That's crazy. The self-psyop. The capability to do so is
and they do this with children a lot, the blindfolded vision stuff. There's a school in quotes, air quotes, in the UK that does this. And to me, it's very messed up because you're putting kids in a weird position where it's like, how many kids go through this and are like, oh, I can't do it, what's wrong with me? And then how many kids know they're faking it?
Yeah, they're like gaslighting kids or training them to like lie, and like
how many know or think of it's like a weird kind of play, like it's pretend, I don't
if an adult tells a kid that faking psychic powers are real psychic powers, the kid probably I think would believe them, and just that's kind of my impression. Having been a teacher and having been a child, my impression is that if an adult, an authority figure says no, that's being psychic, then you'd probably and they're kind of giving you praise for kind of pretending to be psychic, then that you would just consider that to be actual psychic abilities rather than feel like a fraud. That might happen later in life, but
the gifted child pipeline. You get told that you have real psychic powers when you're 6, and then later on you're like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, in fact, actually, they were talking about in their teaser for season 2, one of the things that they were going to do was set up their own school, right? They wanted to set up their a school for the the
spellers.
they've got a like nonprofit that I think it's called the Bridge to Thriving, and the idea is they're going to connect parents with resources for facilitated communication. They're going to train facilitators, etc. I don't know where that's at right now, if they're actually doing it or if they're just talking, if it's just like setting up right now. That's also Ky Dickens has connected herself very much so to the facilitated communication angle of we're going to legalize spelling, we're going to say it works, which is also kind of, they're in this weird place where they have that, and then they also have the channeling stuff and the telepathy stuff. So it's like you have to, on the one hand, make all these pseudoscience arguments for why facilitated communication works, but then you're also talking about all these great, wonderful channeling and all that. I'm saying it's going to be very hard for them to square that circle. Because there's a bill right now in New York involving access to communication for disabled people, which specifically one of the latest updates to it has anti-facilitation communication language in it, specifically to avoid the state approving of that. And some of the people connected to the Telepathy Tapes started a letter writing campaign to get that out, to say, no, facilitated communication is valid.
This is just like complete madness. And that's like how you do kind of see like this coalition type of thing where like you have like kind of the RFK Jr., like Maha type of situation where like this is actually kind of like a political cause where like, first of all, they're making our society like worse. By sort of normalizing this like horrible practice, but also like this is kind of a form of a coalition building where it's like, oh, we need to align with the people who are going to legalize quote unquote spelling, who probably are going to be like the RFK Juniors of the future more so than anybody else.
And RFK's autism board that he just launched, I think there are multiple people on that board who are facilitated. They're autistic people who are facilitated.
On the board.
Yeah.
Wow.
On the board, yeah. And he's all in on facilitated communication. And it's funny because back when he was talking about making lists of autistic people, a lot of fans of the Telepathy Tapes were worried about him. They're like, this guy is dangerous. What's he talking about?
He's building a database.
It's okay, guys. Yeah. He's on your side. He totally,
See, I thought Trump solved the autism, and it was like Tylenol during pregnancy, game over. Like, we did it. I guess not.
Seems like with all this stuff, it can only bad happen. Is my judgment. It can only bad happen.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, yeah. I guess we're probably coming to the end here. Any final thoughts, Jerry, about this whole phenomenon?
Yeah, just that it is so huge. It is so sprawling. I think everybody who's interested in this should just look at it. Just, you guys were talking, you brought up some sources just now during the stream, and just pay attention to this and all the different connections and all the things that might come out of it, because it's being sold just as a product, and also a very enlightening product, and it's you're being asked to consume it very uncritically, like you guys were talking about, so just be aware that this shit is going on. I mean, I don't have, I don't have an answer. I didn't even, I started, I've just been reviewing old books online, on a blog with tens of readers, and then this thing comes along and I was like, what the fuck is this? Because I knew from the Anna Stubblefield story, the background with that angle. And then the more you get into it, the worse it looks, the worse it gets. And so now all of a sudden, I'm saying I didn't ask for this, I didn't want, didn't want to have to talk about this, but it just becomes apparent to me that it's necessary. It's necessary to unpack it.
Yeah. I'm really glad you stepped into the fray, because I always had an icky feeling from how many like headlines and things I was seeing about the Telepathy Tapes, like even though I didn't listen to them, of like, why are so many like Ezra Klein type people being like, oh my God, you have like, this is the most amazing, like mind-blowing podcast I've ever heard. Like people that weren't really well versed in like the weirdness of like the new age community, encountering it for the first time and just being like, whoa, it felt so tailored to like one shot those people. But I'm glad you started to unpack, and maybe they won't totally get away with it by the time the big movie comes out,
if it comes out, if it ever comes out. And that's also the movie, like that's going to put a lot on the line, because they're actually going to have to make some claims and back some claims up, which I think, I don't know, it could all fizzle out for them. And again,
Mhm.
there's so many people orbiting it. Somebody else could take up the mantle, and this could just be a horrible new age subgenre of the autistic facilitated telepathy. But Ky Dickens and the brand itself might just crash and burn just from not playing their cards right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grifters be crashing out.
Like
sometimes.
always, like I'm sure these people will be around for years to come. We'll be seeing them doing the podcast circuit. You know, even if like she goes down,
The
like
remnants
all the
will
people
survive.
who were brought up like through this like are gonna keep doing the whole like talk circuit for forever and like coming out of the
And
woodwork.
we can have the expose documentaries about it, about how
Yes.
it's all wrong and awful, and everybody can come on and tell their stories about
Julia
it.
Mossbridge will come
Yeah.
on and be like, I was actually
Yeah.
troubled with what I saw.
I
You know,
was
Via
I was
Mia
psyoped.
Julia.
Ky-
I was psyoped,
there was a
but
dark
yeah.
side to Ky. You know, like, yeah, and then they'll move on to the next one. All the like DARPA people, the Rise initiative people, they're gonna
They'll be
get
like,
that
"Oh,
initiative.
Better luck next time. Yep.
Yeah. I haven't seen if they've had any success under Trump and RFK.
I think that didn't work out to be anything either. I think. Don't quote me on that. I haven't looked it up, but I think that fizzled out.
They got to do their long march through the YouTube podcasts first before they can
They gotta-
whip
the
up,
Danny Jones
manufacture enough consent for this to be a real
They
thing.
got to do a 5-hour interview with Jesse Michaels.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, stay tuned for that. But yeah. Thanks so much for coming on, Jerry. This has been a lot of fun.
Thank you for having me on. Thank you for the
Yeah.
discussion.
Where can people read your
thanks for joining
blog
us.
and find you on social media?
Oh yeah, well yeah, I'm on Twitter, just as Dr. Jerry Coe, and my blog is paperbackgods.blogspot.com, which just is old reviews of these old paranormal paperbacks, mostly the 60s and 70s. For a long time, I was just tracking the genre networks within them.
Oh, nice.
My profile picture is a guy named Brad Steiger who invented starseeds, if you recall, and he wrote hundreds of these books, and a lot of times he's just recycling his own stuff, other people's stuff, and that sort of, to me, is how I conceptualize the New Age network. It's always just the churn and churn and churn, and seeing if something makes a buck, you snatch it up. And the other interesting, one thing I do want to mention. So Brad Steiger for a while lived in Scottsdale, Arizona, when he was hard on the starseed stuff. Another guy, Dick Sutphin, who was a past life regressionist guy, also lived in Scottsdale. And then Joe and Franco's Highlands Church is the name of it. His mega church is in Scottsdale, Arizona. I just thought that was a nice connection to put a bow on everything.
Interesting. The Scottsdale connection. Yeah, there's definitely some sus enclaves in like Sedona, in Arizona. There's a couple little sus enclaves there, but yeah, go check out everybody Jerry's blog and follow him on X. We'll keep an eye on the story, as it further evolves. And Khalid and I will be back on Monday on patreon.com/subliminaljihad. I think we're going to continue
check it out.
with the fall of Ramparts magazine. Monday was the rise of Ramparts. We decided to extend it. There's a lot of complicated things to unpack about that era. But yeah, we'll be back there on Monday. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.